Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Did you hear what I said?
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Hello, freakazoids. Don't worry, we'll get back to the Virginia Beach serial. I still got to keep researching and getting the documents in that one for the other people. There's just so many articles out there. I think I'll make the Serial Killer Sunday. So maybe we'll do that next Sunday as well. Okay. Thank you, Natalie and Richard Watts. Also, I want to thank Lisa Valenzuela. She sent me a bucket of coffee the other day, and I missed it. I didn't see it on the show. So thank you, Lisa Valenzuela, for the coffee. You know, it's weird when I watch, you know, there's these other channels out there that get way more viewers than I ever get. I don't know how, you know, what the deal is. You know, I get like maybe 300, 400. They get 7,000, 8,000, and they're smaller than my channel. And it's just, I don't know how it happens or how to do it, or, you know, and both of everybody that does this have connections to media, you know, like, and I don't. I'm just a regular person that is doing YouTube, so I don't have like the inside, you know, the sort of help where your name gets sort of flushed out there and things like that. But you know, when I watch sometimes, I always feel like I have so much that I want to say, because there's information that's incorrect that people are saying. You know, and they're discussing things that already have an answer to them. And now it's just, I just want so badly to just jump through the screen. But, you know, I don't know. So I end up, you know, making comments like, hey, you know, for example, that animation that girl made, that's a really good, I mean, it's a great animation, great model, you know, a whole great model of the neighborhood, etc. But, you know, I mean, some of the parts, like where she had the map at the end, that's incorrect. The map that she has is not what the probable cause document put out. They know that the car didn't go all the way down to, let's see, what would you call it? Way down here. It did not do this. The vehicle did not go past Genesee, okay? And then it didn't go driving through 195 through Uniontown. It actually comes out at Uniontown after cutting across through these streets over here. They actually have it kind of like, you know, right over here, cutting across, and then down and around and going like that. You know, so it's like having a conversation where you have the car go down here is meaningless. It's literally a complete waste of time at that point. You know, so it's like, you know, and it was frustrating too, because that, I mean, she deserves a ton of credit for the animation and the models and everything. They use it. That's how you're supposed to make it look if you're doing it for court, right? But when she started doing the recreation of the crime, it was very frustrating, because I know it's absolutely a certainty that she looked at a lot of my videos and used the exact same angles of camera and everything. Even the one where Dylan Mortensen looks down there. I made one like that. You know, so it's just kind of, you know, it's frustrating. And nobody watches mine. Like, I mean, people, this last time I put it out, it got viewed quite a bit. But I'm just saying, it's interesting just how the dynamics of YouTube and social media is. You know, like, why isn't my video one that people want to go, ooh, let's analyze this, you know? And all the other videos that I've made where I have the surveillance footage of all the different, different camera angles, the timing with an animated vehicle driving around, and my filming of the actual area being there. I mean, I think those are some of the most interesting videos that there are out there. It's like you're really there driving around in the car. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how to, I feel like I have the best information on the case by a mile on my channel. You know, maybe that's why I get to be on court TV sometimes, but it's amazing how it doesn't spread to the other portions. I mean, look at right now, 213 people. Somehow my video just doesn't get seen, or, you go to your browsing, it's not there. You know, I mean, people would just click on it if they could see it. But at the end of the night, I might have 2,000 views. That means they didn't even click because they didn't see it. So it's really, really frustrating, the amount of time and effort I put into this crap. Oh, God, here we go. Now, that's not... I have a lot of subscribers already. I have way more subscribers than the people that I was just talking about. It's just absolutely crazy, though. And I don't know what it is. There must be some magic place that you post and people see it. I mean, I'm not good at that kind of stuff at all. I just do have content. I don't know. They say they don't do shadow banning. Just get rid of this Vicky person. They didn't come here to be helpful. They're just being a biatch. Okay. No thanks, CrimeZilla. Why do people like you exist, CrimeZilla? You come in here and you just say such rude shit, man. You guys are just ridiculous. I'm just asking questions. I think it's crazy. Hey, thanks, Ted Bundy. Ah, Jesus. Let's see. I mean, it's just really wild. I'm just trying to say, I'd have to have it where I said, breaking news, an alien. I've captured an actual alien. From Zeta Minor, the star system outside, I might get 800 people watching. Okay. I mean, it's unbelievable. Now get rid of this. This person's a troll right here. I'm a narcissist, everybody. CrimeZilla. Jeez. What a dipshit. Get the hell out of here. All right, let's see. And thanks, Ted Bundy. Now, that person probably... Maybe there's another person with the same name, but block that CrimeZilla forever, okay? Yeah, anyways, you all had the 3D model. I know, I made a 3D model a long time ago. We walked through it, and, it all... I mean, I don't know, man. I just feel like... I think that's why I'm on Court TV. They see what I do over there, but it's interesting how other YouTubers or whatever, they just... don't seem to understand or something. It's not. It won't, Biscotti. Trust me. If there was a trial, maybe, but there isn't one. And by the way, in the Delphi case, the transcript is now complete. Okay. Hey, thanks, 8675309. The transcript in the Delphi case. There's 8675309, ironically, because she wants to be one of the voices. But I'm thinking of getting the transcripts. I'm trying to get the transcripts in another way. However, the transcripts, would you guys be interested in that? At some point to go over the whole trial, like it's with the actual transcript, since none of us really were there or heard anything. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. The transcript costs $3,600. All right. I mean, that would take up like an entire donation thing that we, sort of a lesser month of donations. So that's the thing. So I'm trying to get them a different way, but I'm not sure the 3,600 would make its way. It would be worth doing these days. Okay. All right. So I don't know. I'm trying to get them a different way. Apparently, they're going to be free to have in 30 days, right? But isn't it like, I mean, would you guys all wait for me to get it to go over it? Or if somebody else gets it, are you going to sneak over there and watch every day? That's the problem with it. Everything is crappy timing these days. No, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, they said it's $1 a page. How in the hell can there be 3,600 pages in a 3-week trial? That just doesn't make any sense at all, man. That's like Moby Dick 3 times. I mean, that's... Yeah, and then I asked about a couple hearings, and it was like 700 and something, and I don't know. I know. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I mean, I guess, it could pay for itself if I do it, and a lot of people are interested, and, that's just the thing. Even if someone else covers it, your coverage will be... Yeah, but who's going to want to watch the trial a third time? Oh, okay, now Gray's got it. Let's do it again. That's one of the problems. Yeah, I'm just wondering if they all of a sudden have double spacing and all that crap to create extra pages. Yeah. But, all right, you guys, if you're out there, and tonight, if you want to help support the channel, we got the one new member, and I think we're about at that, let's see, 9%. All right. Let's see, and with no redactions. I don't think there's, I don't think there would be any redactions on a transcript. I can't imagine them doing that. I mean, that's like, yeah. I don't know why it's like this thing just, can it go like that? That's better, I think, higher up on this head. I don't know. I mean, 2 or 3 creators, it's still like $1,000, $1,200, It's a lot. Thanks, Elizabeth Brown. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I showed up on, I think it was Surviving the Survivor, and people were like, hey, Gray, they're here and stuff. But you always get the trolls. They always, oh, there's Gray, and then you get a hold of somebody, and then they start bashing you if you, because there's a lot of things people say, and then I just answer it in the chat, and then people think that's being arrogant or something. And it's like, no, I'm answering I know what the answer is, and you guys are acting like it's something that isn't known, and there is an answer for that one. It's weird. It's weird how it works. Man, I just, I mean, doesn't it, let me ask you guys something. Doesn't it frustrate you when you go on to, different shows and you hear people talking about stuff, and then you've been here and you go, we already know that. Yeah, that's not, wow, that's not it at all. You already know the answer, and you just want to yell and tell somebody, hey. I know, it's amazing, Jay. They just sort of show up. Crazy times, crazy time. But anyways, let's take a look at I wanted to listen to the whole Bill Thompson thing again, and maybe we can stop it after various points and talk about each one of those elements. And then there's also a forensic psychiatrist has just done like articles. I mean, it's on all of them, like maybe one will be different than the other, though, like on Daily Mail, and Fox News had them. So maybe that'll be interesting. All right. Well, they just pop up, and I don't mind. Like if there's somebody, and they always have these absolutely clickbaity titles. Mine are never like that. Mine are, if it's a clickbait title, it's real. That's the thing. But people are like, new information. And it wasn't, there was no new information at all. It was just the same stuff that Bill Thompson said. It's wild. I thought, like, what? Where you been? Who?
State's evidence as an overview would show.
All right, I'm going to play this again.
March of 2022.
You know, every time I listen to this, it seems like I hear something else. All right, so here we go. I just have Bill, I only have Bill Thompson on here. His screen, all right? And it's actually crazy because it's kind of clear looking compared, you know, like, doesn't look bad. Even though it's just that little window. And so when the judge talks, you won't really see him. It's just going to be this, all right? Santa Claus himself. Here we go.
The state's evidence as an overview would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener.
I mean, do you guys think it's interesting at all that he purchased it with an Amazon gift card? Was he trying to, I mean, what does that mean? Why did he do that? I'm trying to figure out, like, it's just make it a little bit more complicated. Like he bought it with a gift card, or there are no names associated with the gift card, or like he still bought it on that account, but it was a gift card. It's pretty strange.
Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State.
Hey, there's Linda Howe, as in Linda Moulton Howe of the cattle mutilations and crop circles. And yes, everybody here, thank you very much for watching.
University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road.
Yeah, and I think, hold on one second. Look at now my head's outside of the screen. That's crazy. All right, hold on. I'm just trying to open up Excel again. Hey, there's Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy's in the house tonight, supporting the channel. What's going on here? Updating Microsoft 365 Office. Please wait. Well, I don't want to. I just want my file open. So they're saying right here that so in July, I just want to point this stuff out. So not sure how long it takes here, like what's happening there. Let me try that again. Oh, there you go. Finally got it on the oh wait, wrong screen. There it is. Yeah, so let's see, on the July 9th, that's the same night, he was at that was when he attended the pool party at the Grove. Right, so that's, I think that's just down south, like somewhere right around in here. Let's see. I know I have it on, there's too many pins on the main map, so yeah, there it is. Right there. So he was at the Grove on July 9th. And then, I mean, look how, I mean, that's just crazy. It's so simple from there. Like the Grove, you just get on the Highway 95, and then you turn left on Louder, and then you're right there. I mean, you're just literally right there in no time at all. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, did he just follow somebody home from there and then drove around knowing, ooh, this is where some college girls live, and then he settled on Madison Mogan? looking through her window. I'm not sure that there was ever a mad Greek restaurant connection or anything like that. I think he was just kind of like saw her, maybe followed her on social media. I mean, I guess we don't really know exactly how he knew, right? Let's go back to this.
A cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area.
I mean, I don't even know why Bill Thompson needs to throw something like that in. Who cares? I mean, let me see something.
A cell tower.
Let me go back. What time did they say that?
Justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower.
See, I mean, that's a little... I mean, what do you think the problem with that statement is if you don't have a time frame associated with it? You guys, anybody of you guys figure out what's a problem with that if you don't have a time? Like, he doesn't mention a time right there. So when he says it began pinging near there, what's the problem with that statement? Let's see. Depeche Mode. Anybody know? All right, I'll tell you. So the thing is here's the Grove right there. And this town only has a couple cell towers. So when he was at the Grove on that day, couldn't his phone, if he was right there, I mean, look at how close this is. I mean, this is from that residence, 0.7 miles is the Grove. Couldn't his phone also ping, and it would ping at an angle like it's from behind the house too? So that's a problem, right? Like, you know, all the other times, then you could imply that he was there. But that day, you know, he was here. So maybe just driving around. And now if they say it was at 11 o'clock at night or something like that, then it would be different because the pool party was during the day. So he doesn't have a time that he associated with that.
That serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
I don't know why you brought that up. Who cares? Hey, thanks, Tracy Harrison Sass. Sorry I missed last night. It was a great show. Yeah, well, we're going to continue to do the Virginia Beach possible serial killer. Maybe there's multiple serial killers over there during that time frame. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Man, Mozilla. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess I'm using... Hold on a second. Oh, what a weird thing. I accidentally signed up using Firefox, and it doesn't have some of the same tools. So let me... the screen's going to go dark for just a moment. All right. Just for a moment. And there we go. And let's see if I click on that. Oh, there we go. See there, now I can put the comments on the screen. All right, let's get back to him. I just don't understand. Oh, well, just to be honest, there's a lot of people around.
Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times.
Here, I got a poll question for you guys. So that was November 7th. I think this is a question I haven't heard asked before. What do you think of this one? See, I think he was. I think all before he was careless, like, oh yeah, I can have it on these days. But then a week out, he goes, okay, now I'm going to go I'm going to keep visiting, but he's going to have his phone off on those ones because he's feeling like he's getting closer and it's more on his mind. Yeah, so I bet, because there's no way he would have taken another week off and then just shown up there. I bet you he was following and, you know, knew what was going on and, you know, was following the house. I don't think that, now, like, I don't think Kaylee was part of his plan, actually, because a lot of that time he was driving around, she wasn't even there.
Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times.
So he does say direct contact. So what do you think that means when he says direct contact? What do you guys think? Yeah, Firefox is good. It just doesn't have this tool. It actually works when Chrome doesn't, a lot of times, Mark. But what do you think he means by that? They didn't have direct contact. That's a specific term. Like, it's almost like he's saying there's a contact, but it's not direct. Like, we know that he's looked at these different accounts, etc. You know, like physically, maybe when going to that's why the whole mad Greek doesn't make sense, you know. That's probably not part of it. Right, so that means he never went to the Mad Greek and he never met him. So for me, it means that they never met in person, but they have evidence that he was stalking them regardless of the fact that they ever had direct contact. He had eyes on them, and I bet you there are indications of him looking at their accounts and all kinds of stuff like that. All right, anyways, let's keep moving.
In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned...
See, isn't this crazy, you guys? Didn't we always say that this traffic stop, Duke, his body camera or his vehicle showed that he was missing a front plate? But I was never out there. We just said that is why he's a big deal. That's why they really want him to show up. I mean, he's going to testify and everything because his vehicle or his stop shows that it's missing a front plate. We've always said that. And then in the court hearings, they were saying stuff like, well, we just, we don't want him to talk about his behavior or anything like that. And then the prosecution just said, oh, we just want him for more of procedural matters like, yeah, he pulled him over. But it's crazy. We were saying that, in here. That, yeah, and that's what he says.
Turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman.
And that's 1630. What was it? That's over here. 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, which is right there. All right. And I showed that in I don't know if it was a video or a live stream, but I actually, with my 360-degree camera, walked up the stairs and was standing right next to, it's pretty creepy. I gotta be honest with you. When you're just sitting there and you're thinking, man, this psycho was right there.
Move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off.
Okay, hold on, I missed that.
Early morning hours on that day, Mr. in Pullman. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m.
Yeah, and this is the echo sound. It was the recording from the courts. It had nothing to do with anybody else. I bet you every recording out there would have this echoing going on. Hey, thanks, Michelle H. She said, "Let's go, freaks." All right. She's trying for a wave, everybody. That would be awesome. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I was going to say that, we showed this. I made a video a couple days ago that only got 6,000 views. Really bad for, a YouTube video of that caliber on this case. But I started right here, and I drove. And then we assumed that at 2:54, so at 2:53, a camera picks up the vehicle going this direction, the white Elantra. Then I drive all the way around like this using my 360-degree camera, and then I turn it off right here, right around 2:54. So it was 2:53. I don't know if I said 3:50. It was 2:53 right here. It turns, and then at 2:54 it turned off. And then it's not seen again, but look at this crazy route. It puts it out there on the highway, skipping all of these businesses that would have seen him. And then it's not even spotted on the highway until it got to Floyd's Cannabis Shop at 3:02. And in my video, I have it driving by there at 3:01 in like 10 seconds, which means it's absolutely possible to get to Floyd's Cannabis Shop by 3:02, right? But hey, if you guys are out there, if you guys could please support the channel and maybe jump on Michelle H's wave there. We're trying to keep the momentum going, try to reach the goals each night. So at the end of the month, we can do what we do. We've given $251,000 since January of 2020 to true crime-related charities, which is about $251,000 more than all the other true crime channels combined. All right, anyways, here we go. Back to this.
On Sunday, the 13th of November, the state would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow, that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning.
Yeah, so we have all of this in here. These like multiple rainbow, these segments, those are the loops that it made. Then the last one's a little different because it parks for so long. I have other timeline elements in there after it parks and then before it drove away at 4:20 and 47 seconds. But if you see right here, I have like how long it took to get to the next point. So it's like a vehicle matching the description of the vehicle when is seen southbound on King Road turning east onto Queen Road. And so every time it says that, it repeats it on each loop. And what it's talking about is right... Got to go back over to the town here. Zoom in. Right there. So the vehicle, when it's heading south on King, what it does each time is it comes around like this. That's what all of those little colored blocks are, these different times where it comes in. That camera right on this building, and this is where the house used to be, right here, right there. And this one, 1112 King Road, was an amazing camera that picked up, I mean, so much stuff, it's almost unbelievable. Like 40 points of information. So it comes in like this, turns, and then goes back this direction. And then when it comes back here, a camera right there on this building, 1330 Linda Lane, picks up the camera as it continues around. And then it comes around here, and then each time on the first 3 passes, the vehicle stopped for a varying amount of time before driving away based on the timing. Because we know that as the car drives by right there, this camera picks it up as it's leaving. And so that's where you can determine how much time. So we have it right here. It's heading westbound on Queen Road and turns north on the King. And so the red here is how long it stayed back there. And it doesn't mean some of it's driving, but it's so quick. There's only like 15 seconds of driving. After it's seen with the headlights, it probably parks within 5 seconds or so. And then it drives away. Hey, thanks Stephanie Sprague and Jenny Hansen. Stephanie Sprague said it took me way too long to find the wave emoji. And then there's Jen Hansen. Thank you. Tracy Harrison Sass. Huh? I don't see that person. Hold on. I have chat. Who are you talking to, Ted Bundy? I don't see Mike Weber in here. I don't know why. Can anybody else see him? I don't see him. I don't allow people to watch if they have me blocked. I mean, they can watch, they just can't type. Let's see. Really? You think Dr. Ramblin's top notch? I don't know. She studied a serial killer. But she'll get the story. She'll get the full story on him. Oh, there you are. I can see you now. I couldn't see any of your other comments. I see him now. I just that icon isn't anywhere on my screen. Here, look at this. Watch. Can you guys see that? So you go down and you go like this, and then only right here the hey. Oh, maybe that was the one. I guess I missed that one little comment. All right. Maybe that was the one. Anyways, so look at right here on the pass number 1. It took 1:43, which is a hell of a long time. Think about that. It took 1:43 for the car to be. Let me just show you. So the car comes around right here at. Let's see, at 3:30 and 3:31 and 18 seconds. The vehicle comes around right there and turns, and then it drives by right there at 3:33:01. I mean, that's crazy, right? So that means the vehicle stopped for about a minute, probably a minute. I would actually say more than that, like 1:20 something. It stopped back there, probably almost as a dry run for what it eventually did. I mean, I always thought that the car parked back here. But when I was out there, you could see how easy it is to get up and down right there. So I was just putting out information that is it possible that he parked on the side here on his final route, or maybe even on pass number 3. He was right there because the DoorDash driver was parked right there, and it was right next to each other. Right.
Morning. Starting around. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead.
Oh yeah, but what I didn't tell you is, so on pass number 1, he was 1:43 from camera to camera, and then pass number 2 is 49 seconds, so he only stopped for maybe 25, 30 seconds or so, and then on this one maybe stopped for 35 seconds, maybe even 40. On pass number 3. Then this one is 13 minutes. That's 4:07 to 4:20 and 47 seconds. God, that's good stuff.
in, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would...
Yeah, I mean, his description there was crap, you know? And that always frustrates me. That's not, he didn't just come in and turn around, okay? The DoorDash driver was just there at 3, on pass number 3, right, basically. It's right here, look. This is pass number 3. This green is when I think the DoorDash driver and Kohberger were parked next to each other. I think she got there early. She was probably there at 3:57. And then it says that she delivered it at 3:59. But then there's these key fob sounds, which just seem almost certainly that that was her. I mean, it'd be incredible odds that within 1 minute of that time, somebody else was getting out of a car, exactly the amount of time it would take to deliver from 3:59:51 to 4 o'clock and 27 seconds. All right, so the DoorDash driver was there. And then Kohberger, he goes up here after leaving. He drives he drives sort of slow over here and then does a U-turn over there and comes zooming back. You know, I don't know how fast he was going, but he came back this way and he was looking because he saw that car there. And he didn't go in this time because he knew that car was there. So he drives away. And he comes down this way, and that's where we get the famous no front license plate shot on Ridge Road. Then it drives around like this. And by the way, this is as big as I can make this pointer, okay? It changes in this app. It doesn't let you do anything. So it goes around like that. And then it comes back up finally, and then it enters again. Now, what do you think is on his mind when he pulls in there? When he pulls in at 4:05 and... or 4:04 and 56 seconds or so. I think that's the time. Let me look. 4:04:56. God, I'm good. All right, so he pulls in at 4:04:56 right there. What do you think's on his mind after driving around that full block? I think some of those theories he put out are ridiculous, Pharaoh Gamma. Just absolutely ridiculous. You know, he was going to kidnap... It sounds like the same people in the Delphi case, you know. He was going to kidnap Maddie and take her somewhere. Whew, give me a break. So what was he thinking about right here? Right, so Jessica Schubach got it right. She said to see if the DoorDash driver, that's the first thing that's on his mind. Like once he pulls in, he drives by, and, you know, it's possible she was even still there and was pulling out when he drove in, and that's why we didn't see on Dateline the 4:04:56 sighting. But they do have it because they know it was 4:04:56. So that means 1112 King Road, the camera here did pick it up when it came in. That's just the only footage that Dateline didn't put in there. And what if they didn't do that is because the DoorDash driver is overlapping it as it's leaving. Who knows? But anyways, he comes in, and that would make sense too, right? Because the DoorDash driver, let's say the DoorDash driver is leaving, and he passes her, and they're not putting that out because it shows the DoorDash driver. And then he drives by, and he goes, whoa, what the hell's that? And then he goes over here, and then he does a 3-point turn and comes back this way to look again, right? What? Why is it ridiculous? Because it's stupid. Rah, rah. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. All right? You can believe it if you want to. It's just one of those sort of like you're just throwing it out there to, you know, he went there with a K-bar knife. He had blood spatter mitigation tools. He wasn't going there to kidnap anybody. All right? It's absolutely ludicrous. And now it just starts up this whole crappy, dumbass conversation, and it'll lead to a bunch of more conspiracy theories by the nut jobs. All right, anyways, so let's say that either way, if the DoorDash driver was still there or not, he's coming in, and then he's sort of, you know, Xana's awake, right? Because the DoorDash driver just dropped it off. He didn't know what that was, though. He didn't know it was a DoorDash driver. So then he comes back over here again and does a 3-point turn. And now he's ready to go, man. He probably notices the lights are dim or something. And he goes around like this. And then at 4:07 and 47 seconds, he turns, likely parks by 4:08. And then I've said many times that he doesn't enter the house until like 4:10, 11, 12, any of those like later times. And that means he was either amping himself up, watching some more, or, and also using some of that time for blood spatter mitigation for when he comes back. Great. Did you see they made an arrest in a cold case of Danica Adams in Arkansas? Cindy Harbor made the arrest. Known her? No, I've never heard of it. Send me a link, though, to my email. The case sounds familiar, but I've covered thousands of cases over the last 5 years, so I don't actually remember every single one of them. Tony Stark said, I've been bringing your videos. Your animated video of the crime is second to none. Oh, binging. I've been binging your videos. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It's just, and I made it 2 months ago, right? So you would thought that it only got like 40,000 views 2 months ago. And the one I reposted it again, and it got like 65, which is great and everything, but it's amazing how then somebody else just puts one out and boom, it gets like 300,000 views, and I don't know. Yeah, it's cool over here. You just did what recently? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't remember that case. Let me look at it really quick. I don't know. That doesn't really ring a bell. I mean, hold on. Let me stop the whole show, put it on pause to answer one person's question about something unrelated. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I don't have anything with Danica in my entire list here. Yeah, I mean, you can giggle all you want. I just don't. I don't see it. Yeah. I have a Marine. I don't have anybody with that name in here, so maybe you're thinking of somebody else. Does anybody else in here remember me covering that? I don't. Yeah. Well, thanks, Tony. Appreciate that. I wish people would share my content more. I think if I truly believe what I'm about to say, even though it'll sound, you sound like a narcissist. I think if my videos were seen by the masses during this 2-year period of time, there would be no confusion. Everybody would have known exactly what's going on this entire time, and the case would be in their head, and they'd be like, yeah, no, he did it. Yeah, he did it. Come on, let's go. And it's crazy. I mean, I've gone over every single thing and put it together in a way that even a crow could understand. Do I think this is one of the... well, it was, and then... hey, thanks, Curly Lock Diva, for gifting a membership. Somebody said, do you think this is one of the most popular cases? Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's why people want to know. I still want to know. So as the information comes out, I'll be putting it together for you, and it'll be simple to understand in an order. It's not complex if you put it out there correctly. That's a problem communicating with most people. Yeah. Does anybody remember me covering Danica Adams? Because I don't see any videos on my channel. I do use hashtags. I have them all. Yeah, I use all those, Tiny Dancer. Did you look at my video right now? It has all that in there. It has Hashtag Brian Kohberger, Idaho 4, etc., etc., etc. But what I really want, what I really need on my channel is like a producer, because every one of these channels has a producer that goes out and they market their shit everywhere, put it out on this place, that place, and then they bring people in. And I just don't know how to do any of that stuff at all. All I do is make good videos. You know, that's it. Yeah, I don't remember Danica Adams. I don't know where she got that from. So, but cool. I'm glad an arrest was made. Maybe you can send me a link. Some of these crazies still think he took a deal to go into witness protection. Yep. But yes, you guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to, I don't want you to not be able to eat food or anything like that, but if you can help support the channel, we do a lot of great things at the end of the month. And just trying to keep the ball rolling. I've been trying to augment with the ad revenue. Unfortunately, the video yesterday only got 6,000 views, and I'm not even sure. Hold on, let me check something out. Let's look at that one. I mean, you guys don't ever get to see that type of information, so I'll show you yesterday's video. Let's see. Go to analytics. Yeah, it's funny how people think, oh, you guys make millions of dollars. It's just crazy. You guys are... All right, the route to Pullman. Let's see. Yeah, look at the video I made yesterday. That's it. You see this? Looking good. This video's gotten 6,621 views. 6,600. I got 27 subs. That's cool, I guess. But look at that. $37.94 on ad revenue. Do you think that's a way you can, have your channel survive when you spend hours and hours and hours making a video, and then somehow nobody sees it, and then you get... And then this is a really low number on YouTube on a Kohberger video. See that? That's crazy. I don't know. I try to make the minimum goal, which is minimum. I don't like putting the goal on the screen, because what sucks is as soon as you hit the goal, everyone goes, okay, forget it. So we have to have nights that are way better than the goal to make it work. The goal is just to sort of survive as a channel. So anyways, I try to donate like 33% of the gross income, but at a certain point, you can't. If the channel only brought in like, let's say the channel brought in like $6,000 total, right? Well, that means the 20-something% goes to taxes, then there's $4,000 left. There's no money left to donate. So you have to have like really good months to be able to do that. That's what what are you talking about? That's what your ChatGPT is for. But anyways, let's get back to this. Here we go.
Face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor.
No, there's people watching all kinds of videos, Natalie. As a matter of fact, the video I put out 2 days ago has 70,000 views. Why that's the case, I don't know. But why does the next video get 6?
And with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kayla Gonzalez.
By the way, do you guys think he really, when he says these names, he actually is emotional like that, or is it just part of a shtick to sort of make people think he cares a lot? I mean, what do you guys think? Let me make a poll on that. Let's see what people think. Because I don't know, it just kind of seems so perfectly timed. Like if you're reading something, you're not just going to start crying just by mentioning their name each time. You never mentioned... Right, he's reading, so he shouldn't be like that, right, Brent? That's the thing. You're reading, you're just... Right. But we definitely need to try to get the support for the channel up tonight, because we're only at 1/3 of the goal currently. Not even that. He has emotions, but this is another win for him. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like just mentioning something, maybe you're going to cry each time. I mean, he's seen the pictures, so he might feel it, you know. I don't know. It just seems conveniently both timed every time. Like, hey, look, I really care, so I wish I could, but I needed to make this deal. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have to. I could do this whole thing. And by the way, if you're somebody new to this channel, every single thing that he read here, when it was over, people go, great, you've said this exact same thing 100 times. I have. I mean, I literally have gone through exactly the same stuff that he says in the same order, precisely. And that's when you just know, yeah, this case is a slam dunk. And so he's doing it, and this is what he's saying here is just a like a broad, you know, it's like an overview. I mean, obviously they have data and information that completely backs up all this stuff.
The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed.
Hey, thanks for the coffees, Ted Bundy. Yeah, so he leaves the K-bar knife sheath on the bed.
Next to Madison Logan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important.
See, that was interesting, you know, because but it doesn't. You know, I was thinking that if there was blood or anything on the knife, that it would change the fact that it was left there as a calling card, but it really kind of doesn't, right? I mean, you know, of course there's blood from Kaylee and Madison up in the room, so just putting it there or having it out, it makes it slightly less likely, but not, it doesn't really affect, I don't go, oh, okay, now I gotta, you know, and so that's interesting, right? That there's now Kaylee and Madison's blood is on the sheath, and yet they only could find one single source of DNA from Brian Kohberger, and it wasn't just sitting out on the knife, on the sheath itself or on the top of the button. It was on the underside of the button, almost as if he had cleaned the top of the snap off and then left it there. But earlier, so he'd cleaned it off before going because he knew he was going to leave it there. And I tell you what, you guys should all hope that that's what he did. I know it makes it seem like a better story if Kaylee's in a battle, and the battle led to him losing the knife sheath, and eventually led to identifying Kohberger. That makes it a better story, right? Like, you know, they're sort of her fighting is what led to his arrest. And I'm sure they would have said something like that. But I think he left it there as a calling card, you guys. And I've said that for 2 years. And I think more people are coming around, because I think I even heard, it might have been another YouTuber and one of those forensic scientist doctor types that was on there. She thought that. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
To note, single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her.
So what does that mean when, so what is he saying right there? Her positioning.
Stairs or leaving in a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana.
Well, he's all over the place there. Coming down the stairs or leaving. So that's kind of opposite of what Dateline had. I mean, now it sounds like Kohberger is like at the bottom of the stairs and may have been leaving. I thought he said something totally different than this when I heard it the first time. That's crazy.
And he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom. And
maybe they encountered each other right at the bottom of the stairs. And she never went upstairs. But I thought they said that she went upstairs, and we've heard rumors that there was blood of Xana upstairs somewhere.
Her bedroom.
I got to hear this again.
The defendant in a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor. It was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom.
I mean, what a terrible description. I mean, he's not even giving us any, he either encountered her, I don't even know what he's saying.
Ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body.
Yeah, hold on.
The residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor.
So the defendant entered the residence, went up to the third floor. Hey, no problem, PJ.
And with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez.
He seems to be particularly upset with those two.
The defendant, as he left that room,
okay, so when he left the room,
whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed.
See, I mean, that's interesting, again, that he says that for whatever reason he left the knife sheath. So he wasn't going to be saying that it came off in a battle. He said for whatever reason he left it there. Because they don't really know, because I think some of the investigators think he left it there as a calling card, and some people think that it came off in a fight. But but the wording says, we've gone over this on other shows, but he's saying for whatever reason he left it there. See, that's different than saying, like it fell off and, he accidentally, I don't know. Just the wording left it there sounds like it's an intentional act for whatever reason. He left it there for a reason. It doesn't sound like he's saying, like he left it there after it got in a fight and it fell off. That doesn't sound like you would be saying, you wouldn't say that sentence if that was the case. And by the way, he didn't go back to the scene, you guys. He didn't go back to look for the knife sheath or anything like that. He went back because he wanted to observe what he had done. And he may have even known that there was no cops there. So he just drove by to get, in the area. And just so he knows, he's the only one driving around who knows that inside that house are 4 people that he killed. And he's driving around just enjoying knowing that. And he got home from that trip probably 9:45 or so, and then 45 minutes later, he does his little thumbs up picture because it was better than he thought. Now, by the way, would you do your thumbs up if you left your knife sheath accidentally at the crime scene? Hell no, you'd be running around, spinning around. And what happened though was he realized he must have made a mistake at some point when he got pulled over twice on the way back to Pennsylvania in Indiana. Those 2 stops absolutely freaked him out, and his paranoia level jumped 100%, just like it would for anybody. And then that's why he started cleaning the hell out of the car even more. Like, I think if they hadn't pulled him over twice, he wouldn't have cleaned that car. He wouldn't have done a damn thing back there. He wouldn't have been separating his trash or anything. Him being pulled over twice absolutely made him paranoid. And I'm sort of wonder if they had a profiler profile him and absolutely pulled him over twice intentionally so that they could watch him and see how he's acting, because that like that kind of personality being pulled over twice, he's going to start acting on that. Wouldn't that be interesting if they actually planned that out to observe him and show him cleaning his car over and over and over again, almost taking it apart?
Next to Madison Logan's body.
Thanks, Natalie.
And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison.
I know. There's people like Jenna that always say, yeah, he didn't leave it purple at all and will forever live with the mistake. No, I think it'd be worse if he left it there intentionally. This is what everybody should hope. Everybody should hope that he left it there intentionally as a calling card. Yeah, Jenna always says the same thing on every show because she can't think outside of what she already believed. We go through this every single time. So what we're talking about here is he left it there intentionally, and it's very possible, it's just as possible as accidentally leaving it there. But imagine how he will absolutely, for the rest of his life, while he's sitting around in prison, he'll always be thinking how his mistake is what led to him being identified. If he left it there, he'll be always thinking, I cleaned it so well. And then he read the probable cause. That's why he wanted to read it. So what happened? Oh, the underside of the button snap. Oh, shit, I forgot to clean that. Right?
And other trace evidence, but it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath.
Let's see.
The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel.
No one is thinking that it was left. What do you mean no one is thinking it was left on purpose? You? Yeah, there's a lot of people that think it was left on purpose. I mean, it's still like 60-40 probably if I did a poll. But, I think the argument for it being left is actually stronger than it being accidentally left. Especially since he came back at 9 to drive around and look around again. Wouldn't he have gone back at like 5:30? Oh, shit, he got back there at 6 o'clock in the morning and go back in again and try to find it?
Was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side.
Well, it's true, though. Every time, Jenna, it doesn't matter what I say or how I explain it. You say the same thing. It's amazing.
As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her.
All right, I gotta go back here. I gotta hear every word, So let's see. Let's do a poll again. I'll do it. It never is in my favor, but I'm going to stick with the fact that I think he left it there as a calling card. Now, if he didn't leave it as a calling card, I can totally accept. I think it's absolutely possible and plausible that he left it there accidentally. I just think Brian Kohberger. Think about it like this, you guys. Brian Kohberger is a serial killer-like person. Okay? He took these classes from a serial killer expert. And man, he's thinking, ooh, those are cool serial killers. I mean, I think BTK did calling cards. So he might have thought to himself, I want to do all the cool stuff when I do this killing. So he leaves a K-bar knife sheath, and maybe he was going to leave a K-bar knife sheath at every other location in the future. So it would be, and his name is Kohberger. K-bar, Kohberger, the K-bar killer. He would be called later when he got caught. So anyways, let me just do the poll and we'll get through it. It'll be like 30-70 again. Did Kohberger leave the sheath intentionally as a calling card. Now we already know what we already hold on a second. I gotta scroll up here. We already know what Jenna's gonna say. So that's already -1. All right, there we go. And we don't have 814 people. This will be one of those Bart Simpson. You guys got that? There it is. No, see, you weren't paying attention though, Shadow Aspect. You see what I'm saying? He cleaned it. He ordered it on Amazon using a gift card. There's no way to know what the, he thought without his DNA on there, which is true, right? You wouldn't be able to pinpoint him in that house. So he cleaned it. Yeah, me too. I'm open-minded the other way. But a lot of times when you guys word things, it's like you're so certain. And you're not. So, see, I told you, look at it. It's 40-60. There we go. 40-60. But hey, guys, we're still just kind of having a massive lull in here again. We're stuck at, we're still only at 34% of the goal. So if you guys could please help support the channel. This channel relies on the generosity of the people watching when we do the live streams because there's no ad revenue. And as you can see, even when you put out videos, they don't do well often. So if you guys have the ability to, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. It allows us to, we have a scholarship fund, $6,000. We've put into it 2 years in a row. We've already got 5 in it this year, so it'll be $18,000 we've given out to college students trying to get degrees in criminal justice world. And then we've also given over $105,000 to a DNA fund for identifying Jane and John Does in criminal cases out there. And the only way that happens is if the channel is reaching goals and doing well on a nightly basis. So if you're watching, if you could please help support the channel with whatever you can, that would be great. Thank you. Maybe get some channel members like Sandy Shirley did. Let's see. I think he must have been so excited and nuts, especially how hard he went on Kaylee, that it was possibly he just didn't think of it. Okay. You don't think he would have thought of it later? I mean, a huge item like that he's not going to think about, like, wow, I don't, where's my sheath? Holy crap, where's the sheath? I don't know. And it's also tucked underneath a quilt. How did that happen? Wouldn't it just fall down and be on the bed and not tucked under a little bit? I think that's strange. Thanks, Megan Bailey.
Police forensic lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence.
Yeah.
But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side.
Yeah. So let me see. So now we're at the DoorDash driver again.
As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana. And he...
Yeah, well, what we're wondering is if the item that he was carrying, I mean, what if he had, I don't know, I mean, what did he put stuff in? I mean, apparently there's no blood outside that we're aware of, but we don't know, you guys. We just go by what the news is saying and everything. But we don't see any blood that makes it outside on a trail to get to his car. Now, everyone assumes, however, when you kill somebody that you just necessarily have to have a ton of blood all over your shoes. I mean, he could have just avoided stepping in it, right? So we don't know about like how that all went down, or if he took his shoes off in the house, perhaps. Maybe he had a container that held another pair of shoes. I mean, I don't know. Shit. That I don't have an answer for that question.
in a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving.
So look at it. He's saying either coming down the stairs or leaving. So that means that it's not, she never made it up the stairs now. So the dateline and my animation, and even that other girl's animation, might not be correct. Because he's saying that he was coming down the stairs or leaving. So he almost has it where you're right outside of Dylan's room. And maybe that's why we hear her say, hey, there's somebody here. Because right then, you know, like right outside of Dylan's door, she says, hey, somebody's here. As she sees this guy coming down. And then that's when the chase happens. And then there's like a whimper sound, etc. What do you think of that?
He encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her.
No, that's not what he. That's not what he said, Mr. Zeep. I just played it for you. Did you hear that? Yeah. So my animation has it leaving. Yeah, shit. I'll play mine again. All right. Might as well. Ah, jeez, that idiot lawyer Lee again. My God. Let's see. Where's the... Yeah, this video has 62,000 views. Better than other ones, but... And that's Brian Kohberger. So he gets in the car and then video shots the is it over here? The animation, and then the car leaving at a high rate of speed, and right there. See, that's why that other girl copied exactly what everything. I mean, it's incredible. I think mine's more creatively edited, though. See, Dateline was, this is more like what Dateline said. That's Brian Kohberger. He's attacking Madison Mogan. Then Kaylee wakes up and tries to fight back, kicks him a little bit. And downstairs, Dylan Mortensen wakes up. Xana, and you notice how she even put the cell phone light because she liked that touch. So that girl put the same thing in hers. To the kitchen to put her DoorDash bag, and she had this exact same. And when I said this right here, she walked into the kitchen. She noticed the sliding glass door was open. That girl put the same thing in her video. She goes into the kitchen. She notices that the sliding glass door was open. Right. And then she has this exact same shot. And I said she heard something while she was looking, and then it's crazy. And then upstairs, there's still battling going on, and Xana hears it. And then she goes around and then heads on upstairs to see what the commotion is. And Kaylee's still fighting him, maybe, at this point. Yeah, they're going to release the evidence. And then Dylan is hearing more noises, opens her door. And then Xana just carefully kind of creeping around, looks in there, and that's when Kohberger sees her and then chases her. And then encounters her near the room, perhaps. There are some rumors out there that some of Xana's blood was on the wall, you know, up on the 3rd floor somewhere, or on the stairs. So, I mean, that will, obviously that means she was attacked up there. And right there he killed Ethan on the bed, and now he's carving his legs. We don't know what that means, what the carving meant. Then he sits down. Perhaps out of exhaustion for a moment. They said he sat down in a chair. See, she even did that sort of same thing.
And then
This-
my
she didn't put
theory
this
is,
in. She didn't put this in.
I mean, he could have said, "It's okay, I'm here to help," many different times. Like, I don't know where he said that. At different times is what I mean. But I have it where you'd only say that to somebody that's already observed something bad or been attacked themselves. So I wonder if Xana actually started getting up after that because she wasn't actually dead, and then he notices her, and then he goes, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here to help." And then he
Help you.
actually kills her, and then that's the thud sound. And then this is when he leaves. So he probably leaves the house right around like 4:18:30 or something. And see, that's when Dylan saw him, and
Well, you don't know what he
bushy
meant to
eyebrows.
say,
Right there,
Michelle.
boom.
What he
And
meant
then
to say.
Kohberger leaves the residence.
Jeez.
And then when he leaves the residence,
I filmed this out there.
he
360
comes out
degrees.
there and then cuts across, and maybe right over here is where he is taking off his bloody clothing, etc. Down below here.
Yeah.
Then he goes around like this.
But he also
And
could have
then
done
he-
that inside. Yeah. But hey, guys, I need your guys' support on these shows. We are struggling again at 1/3 of the goal for no particular reason whatsoever. All right, where's this thing?
with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed-blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds.
I mean, you know, listen, if somebody doesn't say something, you can't pretend that what they meant was something else, you know? I mean, unless it's obvious. This isn't one of those.
It's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor.
I wonder if they think if at 4:12 her phone stopped working because of Kohberger.
On the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Either stairs or leaving, he encountered.
So when he's saying leaving, do you think he's so you're going to say that he's saying he's leaving Madison's room? Is that what you're thinking? I mean, it would match my video better. But it almost sounds like he's saying leaving, like almost like he's already turned to go to the kitchen, and then he encounters Xana, or Xana's at the bottom of the stairs. They encountered, or he's already kind of heading out and encounter. I mean, it sounds like they're talking about downstairs. Gray, do you think carving Ethan's legs was also a calling card? Well, he was trying to, I think, on that one, maybe put a signature in there. But then he would have had to do it for all the victims. I don't know what he was doing. And none of us really know. He might have just been technically cutting his, maybe a tendon or something along just so he couldn't move if he somehow woke up. Something like that. Don't know. But it sounds like they're talking about that it was downstairs here, not that it was upstairs.
Encountered Xana.
Okay, one more time. Just one more
Police forensic lab, and single source male DNA was found
Then we'll
on the
move
snap
forward.
of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving,
Yeah.
he encountered Xana.
Right. So that, to me, that means
coming down the stairs or leaving, meaning like he's heading towards the sliding glass door in the kitchen, he encountered her. So he encountered her somewhere between the kitchen and Dylan's room. That's what it sounds like to me. Or maybe even on the first flight of stairs. Right between the first flight of stairs or the kitchen is where they think he encountered Xana.
And he ended up killing her also
but he
with a large knife.
But why didn't he say her, and he ended up chasing her to the room and killing her there, then he killed Ethan?
Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well.
Right,
with a large
but that's where she was too. So
Each
how did they
victim
get
suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned.
I think the Madison and Kaylee's blood on the sheath and the container are the only new elements that were mentioned
Before.
But we already heard that there was something that looked like a part of a vacuum or something. You know, when they say container, could this be larger than we're visualizing? You know, because when she said vacuum, well, that's kind of big. It can be, right? And then we started going, well, it's just a little part at the end where you're getting the, you know, the dust, so it looked like a knife. But I mean, maybe we're just overthinking that, where when she says it's like a vacuum, it's a bigger item. And if that's true, then it maybe, like people have said, when he was sitting in the chair, he did all this stuff. I think people have said that before in the chat and stuff. But maybe when he was sitting in the chair, that's when he changed something. You know? Yeah, the vacuum attachment. I don't think that's what it was, because now he's calling it a container. So now it sounds like something that's bigger. Hey, you guys, what's going on with the massive lulls again in here? I mean, this is like, you know, come on. We need to get the support up to keep us going here. This is not working.
At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122.
There's no, nothing qualifies the size of it. Container is in one hand, so it must not be too big. What do you mean? You can hold like a medicine bag, or you know, we don't know how big it is based on that. That doesn't make any sense.
Leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom
never said
would
it
see
looked
that,
like a
you see
vacuum
the
attachment.
the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south.
She never said it looked like a vacuum attachment, you guys. That was never a word she said. She said it looked like a vacuum. And then people go, ooh, she must be talking about the attachment. And that became like a reality.
Holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning.
Yeah, I did, American
So
Lady.
this would have been
I responded
15
to you.
minutes or
Said
so
thanks.
later. Defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were...
People are making too big a deal about, oh, the high rate of speed. Yes, American Lady, I said thank you above, and I commented to your comment. Also, thanks to Joshua on the Venmo. Thank you. Let's see. They make a big deal about, oh, he almost hit somebody. Oh, he was going so fast, he almost hit somebody. He was going like 25 miles an hour, all right? He turned and he went around. I don't know what they're talking about when he said they almost hit somebody. I think they're talking about almost hitting another car But I don't think he looked like he was out of control or anything like that. He just went around the corner and he was taking off. It looks really fast because in that small confined area, if you're going 25 miles an hour, it looks like you're just hauling ass around that corner. But that's how fast he was going. It wasn't 30 or 40 or 50, anything like that.
To see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26.
I keep missing part. I have to go rewind because I just don't want. I keep reading the chat and things just throw me off. Like what, So.
On a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122.
Yeah.
Leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. Mm-hmm. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. No. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a
See, this is interesting to me.
Side road intersection with Highway 95.
Likely at a high road, highway. What do you say? Side road. What do you say again? Let me read that. Listen.
Back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95.
Yeah, so a side road intersection with Highway 95. So this is Highway 95. You go all the way down. Blaine is right there. And so it's interesting. I mean, because, that other girl that made the video has the car coming out right here. On this. So she has the car driving on this road. But she has a different road. It's like out here, I think. Yeah, she thinks that right here that he dumped the items. Actually, yeah, either this one or might have been that one over there. I think it was this one. That he put the items. And who knows? I mean, anybody could have done anything anywhere. Nobody knows anything. But it's interesting because so she has it coming down and then it cuts across on. I think it cuts across on. God, does she have it come down all the way down here? I think her route goes like this and then to this road here that they actually had in the probable cause document, and then makes its way to Highway 95 and heads this direction. But I came up with a route that I actually think is just as plausible, if not more. So look at it right here. Watch can you guys see my mouse here? Look, it goes right here. This is Palouse River Drive. Comes down, and then around, down like this, in this really rural area, and then makes his way to this area. And then in this spot here is absolutely nothing out here. Drives around like this, comes around, goes through Blaine, comes over here, and then goes underneath Highway 95, and then goes to right there, and then comes out, and guess what time it is when you come out right here? 4:47, just by using actual time. But you come underneath the 95, take a left, and come out, and you're right there on the highway at 4:47. And maybe he had a pre-dug hole and just put something in there and took off. I don't think he's spending 10 minutes anywhere. You know, like, you're not getting out of your car after you killed somebody and spending 10 minutes hiding some items near a tree. You would already have something pre-dug, and you're out of there in a minute and a half at the most. Right? Anybody there?
From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveys.
So what do I have to do tonight, you guys? I'm fresh out of dancing a jig, but I need you guys' support to keep the funds rolling for the month so that we can make a bigger splash at the end of this month. Thank you, American lady.
Surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
Later that morning, Sunday,
Came up
the 13th of November of 2022.
See,
Kohberger's phone.
I tell you, I get really frustrated listening to, like, even Bill Thompson, because he leaves out information that really, you know, people would want to know. So when he drives up Highway 95 here, he actually turns right on Kirkendall Road, which is right here. And they know that because other cameras don't pick him up. He drives like this, and then he goes to Johnson Road right here, takes a left, comes up, and then his vehicle is spotted on a camera. I think it's right here on the camera, and then cameras on this building pick it up as it moves up through this direction, and then you can spot it how it turns this way, and then eventually, and then it's on Stadium Way, the cameras pick it up, and it makes its way all the way up here, and then it stops being picked up like right around there, and Kohberger lives right there. See that?
Where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022.
Yeah, but the problem is Michelle Thomas, is I don't want somebody just stopping by, okay? I actually analyze the case better than those other people too. The mapping is what helps do that. You know, that's the problem. You guys all go, ooh, let me go watch these other... They don't even know what they're doing. They're just doing the sensationalistic bull crap that everybody likes to hear, and I just do what the reality is.
Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence.
Thanks, Royal.
About
Side.
9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment.
And he got that wrong too.
To his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone.
See, I think he's misreading what he wrote here. So what he meant to say was he got home to his residence at 9:30. Then he took a photo later. So he sort of like, I mean, because the photograph was taken at 10:31. Doesn't everybody know that? Like, everybody in here knows that it was like around 10:30 when that photograph was taken of himself as a selfie, right? But in here he says, so if you read the sentence and then pretend, well, listen.
Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence about 9:30.
See, he returned to his Pullman residence at about 9:30. You see what I'm saying? I bet you that's what he meant to say, because that's about right, right? That's exactly correct, because he was there for 10 minutes and he's probably back to his residence by 9:30. And then this next sentence is where he meant to say, but he tied the 9:30 to this.
The state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone.
Right, but he made it sound like the photo was taken at 9:30. Yeah, so the 10 minutes, let's see, the 10 minutes that you're referring to, yeah, I mean, he's just there and he's driving around a little bit. His phone is just contacting the same tower for 10 minutes, right? And if you look at it, so he's just in this area down here. I'm in the wrong place, right over here. So he drove by at 9, I think 14, or let me get the map, or the spreadsheet here. So 9:12, his phone pinged in Moscow, Idaho, utilizing the same resources as 1122 King Road. But then at 9:13, a vehicle matching his vehicle was spotted driving by the A&W, which is right here. The A&W is right there, so and it's coming this direction. So that means, what that's telling you though, is that at 9:12, when it was utilizing the same resources, that means it was probably up here, and it was still utilizing the same resources as King Road because there aren't a lot of towers in the town. So he could be driving over here and utilize the same resources as King Road. See, that's one of the things that's like, okay, yeah, I mean, so what? You know, he's driving around over here. It's when they say that he's within 100 yards, that's what makes a big difference. Because if you take, let's do it right here. There's the residence right in the middle, and go to 100 yards. Look how big of a deal this is if this is true. That's 100 yards. Okay, so if he was within sight of that circle 23 times, that's insane. That's the entire, I mean, what's crazy about that is actually the complex that I always talk about. You enter right there, you drive around, and you have to leave again. And that means he was within that circle 23 times. However, his phone could still ping off of that tower even if it was driving around over here. So that would be at 9:12 and 9:13 is when it was spotted on camera. And then 9:21, it showed it utilizes the same resources at 1122 King Road again. So maybe at this time, if they have the information of how close it was, maybe it drove around like this. And I mean, it's possible that he came around this direction and went up the back way on Conestoga. I mean, should we time that out and see what that does? Let's see. Man, this is a tough crowd tonight, man. It's like pulling teeth. All right, let's say you spotted right there by the A&W. Yeah, there's Ted Bundy. At least I've got a serial killer supporting the channel tonight. So right there. And then let's say he went all the way down to right here. Let's see if it'll put that in there. Yep, so that's how I would expect it. And then let's add another destination and go to here. There's only one way. Yep, that's exactly right. And this is how I figured out how he got out of there. I've had this route since the beginning. Since the probable cause came out, I already knew this whole thing. And then let's go to right. Well, we don't have to go there. How about if we just go to here, and then let's say he drove by right there, and then yeah, so he would avoid that camera. Yeah, everything. That's sweet. And then let's do another one right here. And then he makes his way back out on the highway. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so that's what, let's just see what that's 11 minutes. Wow. That actually sort of works, to be honest with you. So let's see, at 12 here, so that would have been 9:12, and then 11 minutes later, he's where I have him. So he could have driven by the house at 9:21. That's pretty interesting. I don't know why I didn't make, I think I made that before, but look at that. He drives by, comes around the back way on Conestoga, and guess what? There's no cameras on this whole drive. The only time he might have been on camera, if he did this route, was that Linda Lane camera, but we don't know anything about that camera because that thing is missing a ton of footage. And then let's say he drove up this direction, and then he goes out sort of these back ways here and makes his way up to the highway, and he's there by, let's just see from there, and let's just put a pin, let's do another one. Right up here on, where's that drive? Yeah, there's Stadium Way. Let's just go right there. Yep, look at it, does that whole thing, filled it in. And that's 22 minutes. So for the hell of it, let's see, look at that, you guys. From 9:12 and then 9:32, if you add 22 minutes to that, you would have 9:34 returning to his home. So it's just returning to his home at 9:32. So 9:34, given that route that I just gave you, if he just drove a little bit faster, he's there. That's pretty crazy. Isn't that wild? If he took that route right there. So he drove down, past the A&W, that's where he was spotted, comes around this direction, drives up, and it's just a drive-by. He just wants to see what's happening. So when he's up here, he's looking, still looking, and then he takes off, and then he drives home and gives himself a thumbs up an hour after that. I don't think any of you realize how significant that was, what we just did. You're talking about other things. Hey, thanks, Bundy, for the coffee. Man.
In what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath.
Yeah, so why was he looking for a K-bar knife and a sheath? Because that would indicate that he doesn't have the knife anymore, you know, unless he was just buying another one for another crime, you know, like, yeah, I'm gonna get another K-bar knife and I don't know.
As the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred.
That's what I'll say here. If Bill Thompson didn't, like, you know, as part of the deal that, you know, just wasn't made public, that Kohberger has to sit down and meticulously go through the case without, you know, if he says anything that's verifiably untrue, I guess it's too late to, you know, they've already signed the documents. But that's what he was required to do. And then also he has to reveal where the K-bar knife is. Now, if he says he threw it in the river, I mean, shit, I don't know if you're ever going to find it. But if you put it somewhere else and they can find it, I mean, he's probably smart enough not to tell them a place that they could find it, because if there's some off chance that some weird wackadoodle, far lefty judge out there changes things around and goes, I think it's mean to put people in jail so long. Kohberger's a person too. And they want to let him out at some point, have appeal options anyways. Well, if you have the fact that he told you where the knife was and all these other things that you could prove, it would make him ever getting out much more difficult, So, there you have it. I think if he didn't do that, he's a moron. Okay? He had all the power, all the leverage. You say, Kohberger, if you want the deal, we're willing to do it. You have no appeal options, and you need to sit down and you need to tell our investigators exactly how you did it, why you did it, and where the knife sheath is, and go through the entire night and tell us how you planned it out and everything. I mean, how was that not even thought of, or what? I mean, it's just unbelievable. But he does say at the end that they want to keep the gag order in place so that they can get all of the information, like they have all the facts ready. So I'm wondering if that was sort of what he was kind of implying at the time. But hey, you guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. I hate having to ask so many times. It seems kind of obvious. We've gone over this so many times. We're currently at 1/3 of the goal for no particular reason whatsoever. I do these shows every single night for 3 hours, and I need the support from the people watching to be able to keep doing them, because my shows aren't like the other ones who just stare at the screen and blab away. I actually show shit. All right,
Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate.
Right. Are there people in there saying there's nothing that can... How many times have you heard this? There's nothing that connects Kohberger to the crime, anybody. What do you mean there's nothing that connects Kohberger to the crime? Well, first, now he's confessed to it, but okay, here's what connects Kohberger to the crime. Well, let's see. First of all, there's this vehicle driving around. It's a white Elantra. First, they weren't sure. They thought it was 2011 to 2013, but it turns out that 2011 to 2016 can actually trade out windows, etc. And later, when they got a better look at the suspect vehicle, they were able to determine it was a 2014 to 2016. And the only reason we know that is because of the DoorDash driver. Because of the DoorDash driver, Kohberger changed his routine and drove the other direction and drove by the Ridge Road camera, which filmed it missing its front license plate. And as Bill Thompson just said a few minutes ago, people in Pennsylvania don't need to have front license plate, and so that makes it unique to Kohberger's car, or more unique. I'm sure other people don't have front license plates, but it was more unique to his vehicle, and he drives a white Elantra. Now you'd say, how do you know that's his white Elantra? Well, when the vehicle drove around for the fourth pass and parked around 4:08 to 4:20 and 47 seconds, a 13-minute window, during that time that the white Elantra was parked behind the residence back there, a knife sheath was left on Madison Mogan's bed, and on the bottom of the button snap, it had Brian Kohberger's DNA on it. Therefore, it's not rational, it's not reasonable to have the belief that that white Elantra is not his at that point. The moment that Kohberger was identified by the DNA, and the fact that a white Elantra was driving around, is a eureka moment. That must have been, they've already known it was a white Elantra. They were looking for a white Elantra on November 29th, I think it was. They were looking for one. And lo and behold, the DNA on the knife sheath matched somebody who owns an Elantra inside of the range that they'd had determined. That alone right there is enough. But then later on, it turns out that he bought the K-Bar knife in March of 2022, late March, and then he purchased the balaclava in 2022, also, interestingly, from Dick's Sporting Goods in January. So I would say within 6 months of him, or 3 months for the K-bar knife and 6 months for the balaclava, he's already sort of stalking the residence. The residence that he eventually goes to. Maybe 4 months on the K-bar knife. So it's that close in time frame. And he had the weapon. He left a sheath at the scene. His DNA was on it. That means the white Elantra driving around was his because it was missing a front plate, and he drives a white Elantra. And then it turns out he was cleaning. Can't you just see? This is what I'm saying. We've been going over this case, and just that information right there, without even the Amazon, all that shit, he's guilty as hell. And he always has been. I've never even wavered on this case. And it doesn't mean I have tunnel vision. It means that when the probable cause document came out, it was so damning. If you actually look at it logically and work through what they were showing us, that he had no out from that moment. It was like, my God, this guy's it. He's boxed in. He is the killer. And I've been saying that same sentence for months. Thanks, Melanie Summer. Man, it's been a tough one tonight, you guys. You guys notice that? Let's see.
The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate.
There you go. That's why they wanted Duke.
Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of study.
It is simple logic, Stu. See, look at this. Right here. Simple logic. I know, it is. But how come so many people don't have that? I've never seen... It makes the people in the Delphi case look like geniuses. These idiot Odinist people. All right? And by the way, remember the clown? The dip crap with the spiders on his eyes and everything? Drip drop. What an idiot. That guy used to make fun of me because I was so confident here. And he made video after video accusing Dylan Mortensen and, Bethany Funk all over the place. Drug deal, every theory under the sun, complete ridiculousness. And guess what, man? He secretly deleted every single video that he made on the Idaho 4 case. Every single one of them. What a joke. Jesus.
Studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed.
I hope so.
Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and trash had been set out on the street for collection.
And I still get people that don't understand the DNA thing. Like in the comments, they go, they're arguing with me saying, I'm wrong, you're wrong, Gray. They never found Kohberger's DNA. They found his father's DNA. It never matched Kohberger was his father's DNA. And I go, no, you're wrong, fool. Listen, this is how it worked. Let me just say it again. They took just look at it like this. They got the suspect DNA off of the knife sheath and they put it into CODIS. They didn't get any hits in CODIS. All right? Just think about it. Just think about it for a second. They didn't get any hits in CODIS. The same database that has all the criminals in there. They didn't get any hits. So then they deployed forensic genetic genealogy. They were trying to rapidly do this because there's this killer out there, a nut job. And then they get a tip, and the name was Brian Kohberger. Okay, that was the tip from the DNA that was found on the knife sheath. They uploaded it to GEDmatch. They built out the trees. It was actually done first by Othram Labs, but they weren't quick enough, so the FBI took over. They took some shortcuts or whatever. They got the tip of Brian Kohberger. They gave it to law enforcement. Then they started looking into, oh my God, he drives a white Elantra. And then they started following in. And then they followed him across country. And they went to his father's house. And then they pulled the trash. And then they, I guess, I don't know. Somebody said today it was a Q-tip or whatever that was in the trash. And it led to, after testing the Q-tip, it led to the biological father of the suspect DNA that was on the sheath. Does that make sense to everybody? Put a 1 if that makes sense. The DNA that they found in the trash can led to the biological father of the suspect DNA on the knife sheath. Doesn't that make sense? That's all they could determine. Oh, yeah. But see, that was enough, however, to have an arrest warrant for Kohberger, because that means the son of the person whose trash that was is the killer, right? So then, after they arrested Kohberger, they swabbed Kohberger's mouth and then put that DNA, I think they probably put it into CODIS, and it matched every single marker on there. And then they may have even just compared the entire sequence, and it was like 6 octillion to 1 that it could be somebody else. That means you'd have to have like, I don't even know what the number is for planet Earth. So, I mean, you'd have to go 8 billion times, another trillion, or, it's just some crazy number. All right, so that's it, man. It was him. Now, I don't give a damn how the lead was generated. People always go, oh, well, Gray, that's not cool. They broke the protocol of the... Who cares, man? It led to a lead, and that's all it is. You tell the police, and they go, let's go look. Let's go check it out. And it led to Brian Kohberger. Now, that's the same one up there. Did Kohberger leave the sheath intentionally? Only 27% said yes. I guess we'll find out. I think 73% just want it to be that Kaylee's fighting knocked off the sheath, because there's really no logic that makes it any more plausible. You know that? There's no logic that makes the knife sheath being there accidentally more plausible. It's just people want it to be that, or they were told that and they can't switch their minds or think about anything. All right, you guys, I'm going to try it again on here. If you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, we're woefully short of trying to reach the goal tonight, so I don't know what else to tell you. If you can help, that's great. If you can't, you can't. It is what it is. Oh, and that UK guy, that guy's just backpedaling. He's like, hey, what's wrong with, trying to believe that Kohberger was innocent? And it's like, that's great. That's great, but you never made one video pointing out anything bad that came out against Kohberger. Not once. Yeah. Right. Yep. He bought it on it. He bought and guess what? He bought the sheath, alone from the knife. It wasn't like he bought the knife and it came with the sheath. He bought that separately. Now, I don't know if that speaks more to, that he bought it to bring as a calling card, or like, oh shit, I'm going to need something to carry that really sharp knife. Yeah.
Sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed.
Right.
Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath.
Who got Who got a new house spruced? Who got one of those with 100,000 subs? Man, that's crazy.
Next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, in public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had...
I mean, that's pretty crazy. So when they say it was disassembled internally, was it still in that condition, or are they just noticing that it was disassembled and then put back together? Because if it was disassembled when they found it, I mean, that is really damning, don't you think? I mean, thanks, Linda Howe and Melanie Summer.
Been clean. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of...
So that's about the only thing he said during this where I was like, okay, that's a good sell of that, you know.
Crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had
Everybody
been
has crud in
meticulously
there.
cleaned inside.
French fries.
And the state would present to the jury
Thanks, Natalie.
that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene.
By the way, can we get the freaking likes up, you guys? I mean, it's just every night. You got to ask and ask and ask. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Hit that like button. And 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button. 40, 45, to here 50. Hit that like button. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. When you show up to a show, just hit the like button instinctively. Hit that like button. 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button. 40, 45, 50. If we don't get to 400, we're not doing the rest of the show. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. It's so damn simple, I can't even believe it. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Well, we got to 359. We're going to have to keep going. Hit the like button. 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button. 40, 45, 50. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world.
You want to put 30, sir? 25 of them, you're out. I'm 25, 30, now 5. I'm 30.
Ah, forget it. Man, it's too hard.
Processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me,
Let me get some of my Coke. Let me have a Coke.
Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know...
We will not represent that he intended to kill all the murders he did that night. And that just proves that they believe Madison Mogen was the target. Kaylee Gonzalez woke up and he had to attack her. Sounds like he really pummeled her in the face and killed her as well. And then that noise may have alerted Xana downstairs, and then that's what led to him attacking Xana. And then she runs to the room, and then there's Ethan in there, and he kills him too, and he leaves. I think that Madison Mogen was the only person that he was going to kill. I think he was going to sneak into that house quietly through the sliding glass door, make his way up the stairs, and he was going to kill Madison Mogen. And I think he was going to leave the knife sheath there as a calling card quietly, and then sneak out, never to be seen again, go into that good night. And if it wasn't for that knife sheath with his DNA on it, it'd be really tough to... I mean, they would have found a white Elantra driving around. That would have led to Kohberger at some point because they would have checked all the different cell phones and then would have been like, oh, wow, he turned his off. And then it would have led to all the other stuff, the Amazon searches and everything. And then you could probably make a really strong case, because what you would find out was that his car parked outside in the 13-minute window when all 4 victims were killed. And so that would, it's very strong circumstantial case. We've had this debate before in here where we've talked about what's a stronger case, the DNA on the sheath with no surveillance footage at all, or no DNA on the sheath, and maybe the knife sheath's still there, but no DNA on it. Let's say he cleaned it really well, and you have all the surveillance footage. And I think I could make a better case with my second one. Way better case with the K-bar knife sheath with no DNA on it, and all of the Elantra's movements. Because without that, you could make a way better argument for sort of touch DNA randomly being on this item, you know? I mean, not even, well, no, there's no DNA, so it's just, I mean, the thing is if you, let's say if you do not have, yeah, that's what I was saying, if you do not have the Elantra, or any surveillance footage of the Elantra at all, and by the way, if you just didn't have 1112 King Road camera, this is a different kind of a case, because that camera is what kept it was like the shark circling a fish in the water. Just kept going around and around and around. And that camera was huge. But let's say none of those cameras, let's say he took a bike in the dark and he wasn't even spotted anywhere, and we just had this DNA, on a knife sheath, and that's all you had. That'd be a tough sell to any jury. However, if you have the knife sheath with no DNA on it, and all of the Elantra video driving around, and then you find him, and that his phone turned off, and all of that, it would be a very, very strong and compelling circumstantial case at that point, because his car was parked outside for those 12 minutes. And then you find out later he purchased a K-bar knife, and I think a reasonable jury would have found him guilty. The death penalty probably would have been off the table in that scenario, just because of the quality, like you don't have the DNA that he's inside the house. Oh yeah, you just want to know the motive. Yeah, well, we're going to go, let's just finish this, and I was going to open up these other videos here.
That is what resulted. And that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately.
There really isn't this many people in the chat, you guys. Here, I'll show you. This is what it looks like. And you can see how low we are tonight here. This is like, we're not even, see, when I'm telling you the truth, we're only like 40%. See that? Just horrendous night. But look at this right here. This is what the chat was going like this, right? And then I've got these trolls out there that do something, and it gets these crazy numbers like Bart Simpson's hair. And then eventually it'll get down to like right there. So we probably have 400 or 500 people watching, and we definitely do not have this many people. All right. So now that you guys saw the actual numbers on the screen there, if you guys could help support the channel, that would be fantastic.
With premeditation and with malice forethought, Manny Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Ethan Chapin.
Is this what he's like when he's talking about the case all day long? And no wonder he couldn't do it. He couldn't handle doing the case. I mean, my God. I mean, when you're a prosecutor or you're an investigator of some sort, you got to maintain there isn't 920. I'm just telling you, there isn't 920 people watching. You got to maintain a level of you separate yourself from what's going on emotionally and just do it. So he probably just didn't want to do it because it's so, works him up.
Thank you. All right. Based on the state's proffer, and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes. A human being had.
Excuse me, who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so.
So this is going to be streamed too, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I know. That's what it does. See, that's what I'm telling you. This is what it does. Look, see this? This little Bart Simpson thing. The real trajectory is right there. Okay, so we probably would be something like. So all this stuff's bogus. I don't know what this was. I've asked YouTube and they go, hey, it's normal. I don't think so. And then look right there, and then it goes wee, and it gets back to where it was. So eventually it'll stop dropping. Now we're at 502. That's probably more realistic. Maybe 400. Like I said, it was probably 400 or 500 people watching.
So in the morning that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
But this is going to be
defense
streamed, right?
agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time.
Who looks like a creep? Who you guys talking about?
Time reserved in this case in July.
We would be prepared on the 22nd. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So I had sentenced making we why I
have time.
Why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time.
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to complete.
See, like doesn't that look? Just look at Bill Thompson here. See, I think that they have a deal with Kohberger that he's going to tell the story.
Why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time.
See, look at right now. He doesn't want it to come out because he's got to get more information from Kohberger and have the actual answers.
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions.
He was going to say a complete picture, and it's like, well, how would they get that complete picture? Well, you'd have to talk to Kohberger to get the complete picture. Because if they don't have it by now, then they wouldn't even have had it at trial.
That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
See, I think that's exactly what's going on. And that better be what's going on. Because if they didn't make that part of the deal, then these guys are absolute idiots. I mean, just, you got to admit, like that just, you had all the power in the world. He wants to save his life, and you can't get him to tell you. Give me a break. All right, anyways, let's look at some of this stuff here. Brian Kohberger may end up in max security prison with Chad Daybell or faculty or facility in middle of Arizona desert. How come he would be in Arizona desert? Brian Kohberger could end up serving his life sentence along another notorious murderer, Chad Daybell. The former criminology student, 30, will be sentenced on July 23rd, and given the violent nature of his crime, is likely to find himself in the only maximum security facility in the state. The Idaho Maximum Security Institution is part of a large prison complex located in Boise that can house approximately 549 residents, according to the Idaho Department of Corrections. The population is primarily composed of, what's going on there, of close custody and administrative segregation residents. In Idaho, close custody inmates are defined as those serving long-term sentences, have an escape history, or a disciplinary problem. Close custody. Yeah. See, Kohberger has received 4 fixed life sentences for his crimes, and because a fixed sentence requires an inmate to serve the full term before they can seek parole, so he has like 10 to 40, right? And these really kind of dumb people online are saying, wow, so he could be out in 40 years. Do you think there's any judge in the world that would give him the low end of any of those? I mean, really. That's the stupidest thing. He's going to get 40, 40, 40, 40, 160 years or whatever the hell it is, and that is it, man. He's not getting out. Kohberger is a nut job. He'd be equivalent to letting Adam Lanza out of prison if he hadn't taken his own life. Kohberger's received 4 fixed life sentences for his crime, and because a fixed sentence requires an inmate to serve the full term before they can seek parole, will never again be a free man. That would qualify Kohberger as a close custody, or a close custody, meaning I guess that means they're right on him all the time. He will likely not see much of Daybell, however, if they are in the same facility, because most of the inmates are administrative segregation residents, as the IDOC notes, which means they are kept in solitary confinement. Wow. So, you know, as I said the other day, Kohberger, he probably wouldn't care. He seems kind of like he doesn't like people that much. Daybell is serving his sentence at IMSI because he is on death row, and the IDOC sends all death row inmates to that facility because it houses the state's execution chamber. There is also a potential chance that Kohberger is sent to another state. Hey guys, you guys know what we're doing on this channel. So every single night, the freaks watching help support the channel. Tonight's one of those weird nights where everybody just thinks that I don't know if I'm not doing a good job tonight or what's going on. I feel like I'm doing the same show that I do other nights, and I need the support from the people watching so that we can continue. My channel is unlike the other ones. I try to raise fund, actively try to get people to support the channel every single night, because a big part of what we do here is at the end of the month, I donate thousands of dollars to various true crime related charities, and I haven't missed any months. We had a horrible month to start the year where I was only able to give out 1,000, but we had a month where I gave out 5,000, and so I want to be able to continue to do that. And with, you know, I know that you guys get sick of me saying, hey guys, can you help support the channel, but it's just a necessary part of doing this show on this channel. So if you're watching, you could think of me like you just went to a restaurant and had a meal, and somebody was, and you're just tipping the person doing the show. That's how we've been doing it here. So if you have the ability to, I would appreciate it. I don't know what else to tell you, but we've given $251,000, $250,000 to places like Texas Equisearch, who's gotten over $20,000. RAIN, which is violence against women, over $20,000. We've given NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, over $20,000. We gave our DNA fund over $100,000, 105 actually. Our scholarship fund, we've put $17,000 in so far. And I guess if we all want that all to disappear, we can start doing nights like this where people just, yeah, whatever. Okay, I just need to have everything continue moving forward. I feel like I do a good enough job to get the support from the people watching the show. I've been covering this case better than anybody else that's been covering it, and I feel like I deserve the support. And every other case that we do an incredible job here with mapping, etc., 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 etc. All right, so I mean, even right now, even after I just said that whole thing, we're still just, and I don't understand it. I don't get it. All right, let's go. I'm going to move on to these. So he's, no matter where he ends up serving his time, though, Kohberger will first spend 2 weeks at the reception and diagnostic unit, according to IDOC. Kohberger will spend that time undergoing physical and mental evaluations, as well as getting an education assessment. Well, he's a doctorate student. Yeah, I try to, I do. I feel like when people go, Gray, you think you're entitled to people. Well, I just feel like I deserve the support from the people watching the show. You know, I was talking to another YouTuber today, and they do these shows, and they do 8-hour streams, and nobody's supporting them. And I just feel so horrible, and I feel like it's just so crazy that those people aren't supporting that person. Like, what's going on? I mean, you're sitting there watching it, and you're just kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it's wild. Thanks, Ms. Win Rocks. I guess that, right. I mean, that's what they always say. Gray, you think you're entitled. Nobody owes you. I don't think anybody owes me anything. I just wonder at some points why there isn't the support on specific nights. That's it. Okay? And it's just sort of a thought that you have. You just kind of wonder. It used to be nothing like it is now. I mean, I used to do the show, never ask once, and it was great. And then there became a time where it almost necessarily had to keep reminding, and now it's just, I hate it. I don't like having to bring it up once. But when you do a show and you're an hour and a half straight, not one soul, then you know you're way behind at that point, and you're just not going to make it. Hey, thanks, Sirius Black and Mrs. W. Thank you so much, Gray. I'm proud to be Freak. Well, thank you. I mean, I hope that everybody that's actually here often, yes, there's some times where I'm cranky and whatever, and, you know, I don't read the chat correctly, and I say stupid shit, but who doesn't? I do 7 shows a week. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know, for some people the economy isn't great, but what's odd is, like, you'll have a night where all of a sudden the economy is great, you know, and then the next night the economy sucks. I didn't catch that one. I heard Bill Thompson say to keep the gag order till sentencing. I sure hope you're right. Yeah, Mrs. W. and Deidre Gambrill. Don't you think Bill Thompson was saying that, you guys? That he was saying, basically, yeah, we need more time to get all of the information. Well, where would that information come from? They were ready to go to trial with their information. So when you say we want to get all of the information, that means that they're getting it from Kohberger. They have to. I think they're sitting down just like they did with Israel Keys, and they're trying to get him to say all the stuff that he did. Thank you, Deidre. I just lost all my windows that were open. Is that it? Let's see. We're currently at about 50% of a nightly goal, if you can believe that. Even after that. All right, so let's go through here. Oh, there's Alex. There we go. They gifted some memberships. That's what we really like in here. So Miss Win Rocks got one. I remember I used to say Nguyen. I didn't know how to say that. That's how the letters are, for God's sakes. And then Teresa, Killy Falls, Marcus Berglund, Nicole K, and there you go. You guys are now channel members. Hopefully none of you are trolls. Every once in a while, the trolls, believe it or not, these trolls that are, you know, so ethical themselves, they take memberships from people who can't afford them. It's crazy. Thank you, Alex. Very kind, very kind. All right, so this one is forensic psychiatrist reveals Brian Kohberger's bombshell motive for Idaho slaughter. It was hiding in plain sight. Hey, thanks, Deidre. Wow, look at that. So basically, right now, if we have 12 more channel members, I'll donate 5 myself. All right, there you go. I know it sounds like a lot, but that's the number. If we get 12 more channel members, I'll donate 5 myself. In the days after Brian Kohberger finally admitted to the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students, one question remains. Why did he do it? Now a bombshell new motive has been proposed by a leading forensic psychiatrist, and it centers on the details that may have been hiding in plain sight. Should I try to read it like that, like a podcast? Dr. Carol Lieberman, who has more than 2 decades of experience analyzing criminal behavior, can't help but notice the striking resemblance between 2 of the victims, Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez, who actually look nothing like each other, and the middle school cheerleader who once rejected Kohberger. She believes the killer's rage may have been triggered by a disturbing psychological pattern, one that saw Kohberger project years of accumulated rejection onto victims who reminded him of a girl he pursued obsessively as a teenager. How's that? It's pretty good. It is especially significant that Maddie and Kaylee look like the blonde cheerleader who rejected him in middle school, she told the Daily Mail. He took out the rage that he built up over the years towards this first love and all the subsequent women who rejected him, with each bloody stab of a knife. That's not sensationalistic. The prosecution has suggested Kohberger may have entered the house with a single intended target, Madison Mogen. They never actually said that. And possibly Kaylee Gonzalez, who no longer lived there, but was staying over with Mogen that night. He slipped in through the sliding kitchen door shortly after 4 a.m. And see, these people, they don't even know the case, right? You know, if you knew the case, you'd say sometime after 4:08. You know, the thing is they just, this is what was in the probable cause document. Well, the murders happened between 4 a.m. and 4:25, where after the probable cause came out and the media kept saying between 4 and 4:25, this channel here had already narrowed it down to a much smaller margin. We got it down to a 12-minute window, basically, even back at the very beginning. He slipped in through the sliding kitchen door shortly after 4 a.m. and went straight to the 3rd floor, where the 2 women were asleep in the same bed. These 2 right here. I mean, the only thing that's similar about them is they have blonde hair. Their faces look nothing alike. Their bodies look nothing alike. I mean, there's nothing similar about them structurally or physically or anything other than they both have blonde hair. Don't you guys agree? I mean, when you look at Kaylee, you go, oh, wow, she looks just like Maddie. But as he crept back down, the plan may have spiraled. So that sounds like what he just said in this hearing. He is believed to have run into Xana Kernodle, who had just picked up a DoorDash delivery. Well, that's not what he said. The DoorDash delivery was at 3:59. I think it's more like 4 o'clock. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think that? Like, if we go to this spot right here, these 2, right, this purple here, how many of you guys believe that the key fob is the DoorDash driver? I mean, let's do that poll. Was the key fob sound, you know, the key fob created sound from the DoorDash driver? I think it's like 95%. I mean, I can't imagine that not being her. I mean, the door to the key fob, she says she dropped off at 3:59 flat. Does that make sense? Like 350, you know, 3:59 flat? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think it's probably more like maybe, you know, late 3:59s, and they just use the first digits. I mean, what are the odds that it was exactly 3:59? I mean, that's just... And so then all of a sudden these key fobs go off at 3:59, 46, 48, and 51. So all within a 5-second period, it was like, deet, deet, deet. And then between that time, there is 36 seconds, and then you hear it, deet, deet. That's like exactly what it would be, getting back to your car, right? So I think the DoorDash delivery was right around 4 o'clock, almost like exactly in between. See, there's 4 o'clock, 4:14, the headlights are seen northbound, so that means while she's doing that, listen to how the logic here, you guys. Watch this. Just watch this right here. 3:59:51, key fob. She's walking over to deliver the DoorDash. And then at 4 o'clock and 27 seconds, she hits the key fob. But guess what? That's why Kohberger, who was driving right here at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds, didn't go back in because she's still there. She's in fact, she is walking back to her car around this time. So he's like, oh, I got to get the hell out of here. And then that's what led to him driving here and getting the one fatal shot showing it missing the front license plate. Doesn't that make a hell of a lot of sense? But that's why he didn't go back in, because the DoorDash driver was still there, and still there at 4 o'clock and 28 seconds. So here's another theory, could she have just sat in her car for 4 or 5 minutes? Maybe even 7 minutes, let's say. Then she's still there when he may have parked his car at 407:47. And where was that parked? Now, I don't think law enforcement would have said he parked in the back at 407:47 seconds if she had seen him, because she would have seen him by the front of the house. So she sees him at up here at this time right here at 3:57:27. Between 3:57:27 and 3:58:23, that is when they were parked next to each other. And then at 3:59, maybe she clicked delivery already, and then beep, beep, gets out of her car, and then comes back at right when she's near her car at 4 o'clock and 27 seconds, hits it again. And by the way, you don't click it right when you're at your car. You're walking away, you go ding, ding, so you can add some time to that. So she probably started walking about 3:59:40, and then 6 seconds later, date, date, date. Maybe walks around the back, delivers the DoorDash at the sliding glass door, then comes back. Like somebody today said, people ask questions a lot of times in the comments, which just from the question itself, you realize that they aren't familiar with the timeline. I think they said something like, hell, I can't remember. It was something about the DoorDash and Kohberger, and it's like, no, he wasn't there. He was driving on Ridge Road. Kaylee's dog escaped. Let's see if we can get those 12 more channel members, guys. We got a lot of people in white in here. That'd be great to see them green, wouldn't it? The Gonzalez family were desperate to get answers, and I think they have endured something so horrific anyway. Well, here's one way to look at it, what Thompson did, okay? Like, let me just say this. I've thought about this. I'm with Steve Gonzalez. Like, if that was my kid, I'd want to go for the death penalty and risk it all to get the justice that he deserved. That's what I would want. However, there was 2 parents that didn't want to do that. So I think you have to err on their side, because you don't want to force a family into decades of hell waiting around. And what Thompson got, let's just throw this out here. Let's say the trial went to trial and he was found guilty. All right? Now, what if the jury came back and couldn't decide on death? They were like, yeah, we just hung jury. Well, what happens then? Well, guess what? Now it's life in prison. Probably got the same consecutive, but now there's appeals that are available, because there was no deal, nothing. He's going to get appeals, and then it's still going to be in the courts for decades and decades and decades. This sort of just shut the door on this case forever. It's just, gone. And he's not going to have any appeals. He's not going to ever get anything. And I don't know. What do you guys think? It feels like that's pretty good. Like, and that's the second worst thing you could get other than death. He's in a horrendous prison. He has no appeals, which he would have got if the jury didn't decide on death. Somebody might have bought into the autism thing and felt sorry and didn't do it. How far are you guys behind? It feels like nobody's ever commenting on what we're talking about. It's crazy. Anyways. Oh, by the way, you guys, isn't that amazing? Look at this picture right here. I think if somebody painted that, you'd buy it. Wouldn't you? Look at that. Isn't that incredible? That's actually on the drive where I think he went after. But that's what it looks like out there. How beautiful are those? All the yellow flowers and the... It's crazy. Those are my kayak big catch. But right there, look at that. Isn't that amazing? How far? You guys must be like 20 minutes behind or something. Hello? Anybody there? Anybody there? Actually, we only need 11 channel memberships. Yeah, but how about you pay attention to what I'm saying, Tony? Because I'd rather have you communicating with what I'm talking about. I find it more interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I think the sentence is pretty solid. But yeah, no appeals. But I hope they can get more info from Brian Kohberger. Yeah. Well, if they are, let me ask you guys this. How angry will you be at Bill Thompson and the prosecutors if that wasn't part of something that Kohberger's required to do? I mean, what brain capacity would you have to not make that part of the deal? I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Well, hey, yeah, we're just going to cut a deal. Good luck. I mean, you know that the family, everybody wants the answers to this case. Yeah, you said that already. Yeah, let's see. All right, anyways. Actually, I didn't mean to do it. I meant to remove your comment. You said that twice. So you got timed out for 1 minute. Sorry about that. All right. Let's go back to this. Two other housemates, Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen, were left unharmed. The beautiful people he could never have. See, this is what we've always thought, like an incel. You know, who hasn't thought that he's an incel? You know, what's weird about him, though, is he's had chances. I think he's more of a, like, I don't know, it's weird. He's a voluntarily incel. I know the word means involuntarily celibate, but he seems like he's a voluntary incel, because there were girls that liked him. And the girl that liked him, that Korean girl, she was pretty. But he didn't like that type. He has a specific type. And it's a little bit like Elliot Rodger. You know, Elliot Rodger would always go around and he'd look at these girls and he'd always say stuff like, they get to have sex together and I don't get to. Why don't I get to have, why does that guy get to be with her and I don't get to? And he would say that over and over and over again. I have all of his videos, by the way. I downloaded them all from his channel years ago. I mean, right when it happened, I downloaded every one of his videos, and they're nuts. I mean, they are crazy. Looney Tune level. Maybe I should try to find one of those. Yeah, and so, you know, it sounds like the Papa Roger thing is going to turn out to be a reality, perhaps. Anyways, Kohberger, who is now 30, pleaded guilty this week to murders of Mogan and Gonzalez, both 21, along with Kernodle and Chapin, both 20, in a shocking early morning attack at their rented off-campus home in November of 2022. But it's his apparent focus on Mogan and Gonzalez and their eerie resemblance to, why I say Gonzalez though, like you're just throwing that in there. It's just kind of, I think at this point people realize that it's Madison Mogan. I mean, well, I guess we don't really know, but Kaylee wasn't even supposed to be there. And if he'd been following around, he wouldn't have seen her. And he was focused on Madison Mogan, who lives alone upstairs. Doesn't that make sense? Everybody else, like Xana's got Dylan Mortensen on the same floor, and then there's Bethany Funk downstairs, but that wasn't his type. So he picks this one sort of Barbie doll type person, and that's his goal. Imagine what the Korean girl is thinking now. Yeah, she's probably thinking, dang, I think what was her name? Ko or something? Forgot her full name. Anyways, but it is his apparent focus on Mogan and Gonzalez and their eerie resemblance to Kim Kenley that's drawing new attention from experts. Kenley, a popular blonde cheerleader at Kohberger's middle school, was reportedly the target of his unwanted attention for months while they were students. Her mother has spoken publicly about how Kohberger would leave love letters in her daughter's locker and make repeated awkward declarations of interest. Yeah. Man, you have nice birthing hips. He would always say, "Oh, Kim, I think you're very pretty." Just like weird comments. You know what's weird is if a hot jock quarterback typed in, "Oh, Kim, I think you're very pretty," they would have taken it totally differently. I don't think that's that awkward sounding. And she'd say, "Oh, God, leave me alone." She did not give him the time of day. So apparently that's her right there. I wonder why, is she okay with having this article out there? Kim Kenley, 27, contacted FBI agents after learning about former 6th grade classmate Brian Kohberger's arrest. He previously had a crush on her in middle school. So what makes her look like Madison Mogan? The blonde hair? What makes her look like Gonzalez? I mean, I don't know, man. It's just... yeah, maybe. I mean, was he actually celibate? We don't really know, do we? Yeah, I mean, she's pretty for sure. Madison Mogan, though, I mean, she, yeah, I mean, I guess I could see it being sort of a representation of her, but I think it's really just, that he couldn't get, maybe it is something like later on he couldn't get her. So it's payback time, just like Elliot Rodger. That's what he did. He went around and started shooting people. Let's see. I don't think he was gonna intended to assault sexually Madison Mogan. I think he went there to kill her. That's why he brought a K-bar knife with him. I mean, he went there to... I mean, here's the thing. We'll never actually get to know, because Kaylee Gonzalez was in that room. And only because she was in that room is the reason that he didn't get out of the house undetected. I think he just was going to kill her and then leave. However, I guess it's possible if Kaylee wasn't there and he had time up there, he may have tried something. He may have tried something on Madison, but I don't know. I don't know about that. He probably knows there's other people in the house. And all right, now we only need 10 channel memberships, you guys. See if you some of you can pull off the same move that Alex and Deidre Gambrel did. We'd be right there. We'd be right there. And then I'll donate 5, and then we'll have, at that point, we'll have 28 new channel members. That'd be pretty cool. Kohberger's struggles with women have been documented. Aside from his infatuation with Kenley, the only other encounter he is known to have, that's the one about the birthing hips, right? Well, yeah, there it is. A failed Tinder date in 2015. The woman named Haley, which is weird. It's pretty it kind of looks similar, like Kenley, Haley. Wheat claimed in a TikTok video that he drove her back to her dorm and insisted on coming in before refusing to leave. Well, yeah, that's what Tinder's for, but obviously she didn't really like him that much. Thanks, DM. Tinder's not a dating site, you guys. Wheat, who also spoke to media after posting her video, claimed she eventually had to pretend to vomit in a bathroom to get him to leave. Dr. Lieberman believes these repeated failures, and remember his awkward behavior in a bar where he got put on a list back in Pennsylvania. Repeated failures left Kohberger feeling toxic mix of rejection, shame, and rage. If he met a girl, they would be turned off by him, she said. Not just because of his looks and being a little awkward. They probably would have known exactly why. They wouldn't know exactly why, but because they would be able to sense this anger and rage within him. Hey, thanks, Hawk Fan. Gray is the highest IQ creator covering this case. I don't know. I don't think it's, I don't know how, I've only done one IQ test. And I don't know what high is, but mine was just kind of, I don't know, what's 120? That's pretty low, right? Like, I didn't really say what the number, what it meant. Tinder sounds toxic. A piece of shit was a cyber stalker and went in person over 20 times. Huh? Went in person. Yeah, 23 times. Are you talking about the one where he was 100 yards away? I heard he followed her badly. He followed her badly? What does that mean? No, it's not 150. I just told you what it was. It's not that great. I mean, it's, you know, I'm not an idiot, I guess, but you talking to me when you say Grant? The day we understand a psychopath mind is the day we all should be worried. Is there somebody in here named Grant? Oh, there is a Grant in here. That's my brother's name. My mom calls us all of them. My mom used to go, great, Garrett, great, Grant, Grant. I do that with the dogs now. There's too many of them. What was that thing you guys called the other day where you said, what the hell was that? The dogs that are the litter, like a problem with litter mates or something, like puppy litter syndrome, or I got one of them's just crazy. Like you're petting Clancy, right? And then Benny's watching you pet Clancy. And then when Clancy starts playing with another dog, he runs over and like blocks the playing. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen, man. I don't know, and just a weird, that dog is weird as hell, man. Benny, he just looks and just focused every second of every day on, almost like Kohberger on, in this case. I mean, just a psycho. Any big cases you're interested in next, Gray? Well, maybe like, I want to, Rex Hurman. We've got that all mapped out too. Gone over that a million times. I don't know. I have the Adelson files. I was thinking of going into that one. We covered that way back in the day when the arrests were made. Yeah, and also Stephen Stearns. You know, probably when that goes to the big trial, we've mapped that one all out too. I've got all of the GPS coordinates of where this car went, etc. You know, so there's a lot of stuff out there. But you know, this case has been so interesting to me. I think it's way more interesting than a lot of cases, and the reason is because of who Kohberger is. There aren't a lot of killers that are like this guy. This is like one of the very few that we have where there isn't some motive, or, you know, like a motive, like a classic motive, you know, somebody cheated on somebody, or somebody was covering up something, or I mean, this is just somebody killing to go kill. Dr. Lieberman believes these repeated failures left Kohberger feeling toxic mix of rejection, shame, and rage. If he met a girl, they would be turned off by him. Not just because of his looks and being a little awkward. They probably would have... Well, man, I thought he was hotter than hell. There were so many women out here that wanted to go on dates with him. All right, we're at the point where we just need 5 more channel memberships now, and I'll donate 5 myself, because that 20 was equivalent to 4, and then we got the one before that. He already had this chip on his shoulder, and he was gathering all this anger that made it harder and harder for him to meet a girl who wanted to go out with him. Killings were eerily personal. Dr. Lieberman said the first suspected the killer might be an incel, involuntary celibate, even before Kohberger was arrested, based solely on the details of the crime scene. Yeah, we were saying that right at the very beginning. An incel is someone, and we were saying that before Kohberger was arrested. But we were actually kind of like, I remember I assigned it to somebody else. I didn't say the person's name, but I was thinking he was kind of like that. Unable to attract a romantic or sexual partner despite wanting one. But see, he was able to. He just didn't know it. See, I think he's got something else. You know, it's not necessarily just like Elliot Rodger. Although Elliot Rodger, I think, had the same mix. Didn't they say that he was autistic too? Like he had Asperger's? Elliot Rodger? So maybe that's where some of the... I don't know. Every time you bring autism up, people get angry. You can't have a conversation, you know. They think, oh, you don't know anything, and it just turns into a shit show of a conversation. Have you guys ever experienced what I just said? Like, you can't actually talk about it because it makes people angry. Let me see if I can find this Elliot Rodger thing. I'll pull up one of his videos. It's crazy. He followed her around a lot. An incel is someone who feels unable to attract a romantic or sexual partner despite wanting one. Police described the Idaho crime scene as profoundly bloody and the worst they'd ever seen, with blood everywhere. See, somebody today on a show said, man, how come there was no blood in the house or anything? That's what I don't understand. And I said, well, there's blood everywhere. It's all over the house. What are you talking about? Police described the Idaho crime scene as profoundly bloody, and then the victim had suffered multiple stab wounds to the upper body and chest. Some had defensive wounds indicating a desperate struggle. A knife sheath left at the scene would later link the weapon to Kohberger through DNA. The bloody scene suggests it had to be someone with a lot of rage, she said, and they used a knife, which suggested a very personal attack. Yeah, I mean, that's generally what you think of when somebody uses a knife, and that's what's hard with these serial killers, because they have rage for no reason towards that person. I mean, when you say no reason, that person had never done anything to them to warrant rage from them, but they have rage towards like a class of people, basically. I mean, they're actually kind of similar to racists. I mean, it's like, well, I hate you because you're blonde and pretty. And so he killed him. Yeah, he killed Maddie first, obviously. But. Let me see if I can find Roger, Elliot Roger. I'm trying to. Well, I don't know where that is. I have a whole folder on that, but I can't find it. Why Maddie and Kaylee? While prosecutors haven't revealed exactly how Kohberger selected his victims, several clues suggest he had fixated on Mogan and Gonzalez specifically. An Instagram account believed to belong to him followed both women, but it could have been that he was following Kaylee because she's really good friends with Maddie and wanted to keep tabs on him. But it also could be that he wasn't sure which one he was going to pick at first, but she wasn't around, so then he settled on Madison Mogan, who's probably not very strong either, I wouldn't think. Kaylee seems like she could fight, like she's sturdier. An Instagram account believed to belong to him followed both women. And he typed in, perhaps, "Hey, how are you?" He also reportedly made at least 2 visits to the restaurant where Mogan and Kernodle worked, ordering a vegan pizza and eating alone. Well, where is that information? That's never been in any documents, anywhere, never heard of it. Perhaps most chillingly, here, I gotta go look for something over here. So that under this, I'm gonna look through all of my old files. Look for Elliot. How do you spell Elliot? Eliott. Huh. And it's just Elliot Roger. Is it? Oh, how do you spell it? Is Roger? Ah, shit. Elliot Roger? Is that how you spell it? Okay. There's a D in there. That's what I was wondering. Alright, let's see if that works. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. You guys want to, after I read this one, you want to go through, want to see one of his interviews with Elliot Roger? I mean, not interviews, one of his selfie, whatever you want to call it, a vlog. I've got like a bunch of them. They're crazy. Put a 1 if you want to see one of those. Anyways, Dr. Lieberman said the attack, look at this, by the way. Haven't I told you guys for years, the low ears? Look at that. Dr. Lieberman said the attack bears disturbing similarities to Elliot Roger. Oh, there you go. I didn't even know it was in the article. The self-proclaimed incel who killed 6 and injured 14 others in Isla Vista, California in 2014. In his manifesto, Rogers said he carried out the attack as a day of retribution against women. I actually have his manifesto, too. Yes, manifesto, Rogers said he carried out the attack as a day of retribution against women and society that has denied him sex and love. Dr. Lieberman also drew parallels to Ted Bundy. And by the way, in January of 2023, just weeks after he was arrested, I made a video comparing him to Ted Bundy, moving from Pennsylvania to Washington, attacking college sorority girls, and then driving home through, I think it was like Utah, Colorado, went through the stomping grounds of Bundy. It was pretty crazy. So I was way ahead of these guys on that one too. Can I get a boom? Yeah. Nobody remembers. Dr. Lieberman also drew parallels to Ted Bundy, who killed dozens of women in the 1970s, who experts say were a carbon copy of his first girlfriend. I thought it looked more like the mom. Oh, that's right. He did have a girlfriend that he was really into, that they were going to get married, and somehow it didn't happen. He reportedly held a grudge after she dumped him. Criminologist Christopher Barry D. suggested he carried out the attacks because of the rejection he felt at the end of the relationship. Kohberger's demeanor during his recent plea hearing also raised red flags for Dr. Lieberman. He was so angry, so defiant, she said. He certainly wasn't remorseful. I don't think he did. Look. Did he look angry and defiant in that hearing? I don't think so. I think people want to say stuff to make you go, oh, yeah. He didn't look angry or defiant. He looked like Kohberger. He makes no faces at all and just stares blankly like a robot. They are not going to hear it from his mouth, so I just wanted to try to give them some idea of why this happened, she said. Their children didn't do anything wrong, and what happened is not because of anything their children did. I was just saying that a few minutes ago. All right. Let me just do one more of these really quick. There's another one. Was it the People? Did I do the People magazine one? No, we did that one. Maybe the Fox News. All right, this one right here. By the way, I have to go use the restroom, you guys. So I'm going to play the this music here.
right, didn't you guys love that? Who doesn't love that music? Come on, that's some good stuff. It sounds like porn music, I've always said. Yeah, we've already said that a bunch of times, Mike. Like for years. Yeah, to me it's not really, it's... yeah, it's not something new, what Mike said. We've said that every single time we play it. Hey, thanks, Natalie. Love the song. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Idaho student killer Brian Kohberger, former friend from Pennsylvania and classmate at Washington State University, are baffled that the man they knew to be quiet and awkward pleaded guilty in the mass. How come you're like you didn't think he did it, or just that he pleaded guilty? Kohberger, a former WSU criminology PhD student, pleaded guilty on July 2nd to killing 4 University of Idaho students on November 13, 2022. As part of a deal with prosecutors to escape the death penalty, Kohberger faces 4 consecutive life sentences for fatally stabbing 21-year-old Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, as well as 20-year-olds Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin at their campus house in the early morning hours of November 13th. Thanks, Natalie and Ted Bundy. I think we need 4.5 more channel members. And then I'll donate 5. Come on, you guys. You guys can do it. I know it. Kohberger's former childhood friend from his home state of Pennsylvania, 31-year-old Jack Bayless, told the Idaho Statesman his idea that Kohberger developed a fixation on people who commit murder and wanted to see if he could get away with committing the perfect crime. And look at this sentence right here. This is what I've said. How many times have I told you guys this? I think he did it to see what it felt like, to experience it. If he wanted to write a paper about what killers feel and why they kill to be accurate, you have to experience it yourself to truly understand it. And that's why he did the thumbs up. I liked it. I liked it. That's why he did the thumbs up. And I'll tell the story again because it's one that I think of a lot. Hey, thanks, Lisa. So now 1 channel membership will get the 5. Watching on Rewind, help for the transcripts. Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm trying to get the transcripts for... I'm going to try not to pay anything. Okay. I'm just trying something. See if it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But the transcripts for the Delphi case cost $3,600. I don't know if I'm doing that, but apparently within the next 30 days, they're supposedly going to be available. All right, but listen to this. So back when the Delphi case happened, I don't remember what month or what town or whatever, but we were covering a case just one night where this lady was at a park. I've told this many times on here, but you see it, like there's a surveillance camera filming, a bathroom at a park and this wooded area kind of, but it's not really, it's sort of like not deep woods, but just kind of like it's at a park. And then you see this girl walk down this trail, and then there's sort of this Asian guy. I don't know if he was Korean or Japanese. I don't know. I think he was Korean though, I think. But he followed this girl down this trail, and then he came back and she didn't. And then he put something in the garbage can and he walked away. Then they went and arrested. They found out who the guy was, and they brought him into the police station. And then it was just so crazy. I saw where they asked him a question. They said, "So, we just want to know why. He turned himself in or whatever. He confessed, and they said, "Why'd you do this?" And you know what his answer was? "I just want to see what it felt like." I mean, that is creepy as shit. I mean, that's exactly what this person said right here, too. Just wanted to see what it felt like. Man, that's unreal.
Ben Roberts, 33, a former criminology graduate school colleague of Kohberger at WSU, told the Statesman that Kohberger was kind of non-existent in school. I noticed that unless he was deliberately trying to put on an appearance, he did not have the mask. He was kind of non-existent or hollow. Or hollow. Let me see. Did we make it there? Yep, just one more channel membership. It's kind of like you're staring into an abyss. There's something human supposed to be there, and it isn't. He added that Kohberger's actions after the murders. Wait, what happened? Did I lose? Oh, there it is. I just can't even begin to get inside the head of somebody. He added that Kohberger's actions after the murders he has since admitted to committing baffle him. I just can't even begin to get inside the head of somebody who could do something like that and then attend class like it's business as usual, Roberts said. That's just completely alien to me. Another former childhood friend from Pennsylvania, where Kohberger grew up in Poconos, told the Statesman she feels disgusted that he could actually do something so heinous. Kohberger, now 30, did drugs in high school and eventually overcame a heroin addiction. He was chubby. I won't lie, I kind of spiraled yesterday, Casey Arntz, 32, told the newspaper. Seems like we already read some of these. Look at this. Yeah, it's the last bit. Yeah, so when I was there just a couple days ago, it shows you how much more of the land that the actual parking area was, because that retention wall is just right there, and so then it goes up and sort of interesting. And that's Madison Mogen's room right there. This right here is Dylan Mortensen's room. Dylan Mortensen was literally right below Madison Mogen, and I have a 3D video where I use solid and then wireframe so you can see right where everybody is from everybody's room, which was way ahead of the girl that made the animation, but again, nobody watched that 3D 360 degree video. Click here to get the Fox News app. All right. He deserved life on death row. Also, people say that Gonzalez don't want justice. They want vengeance. Well, let me ask you a question about that. If your 21-year-old daughter was sleeping in her bed, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with vengeance in something like this. And Brian Kohberger went into her house with the intention to kill her, and did by stabbing her many times, as well as beating her in the face and head, while it was clear that she fought for her life. What would you want, justice or vengeance? The family wrote. This says it was set to be sentenced July 23rd at 9 a.m. To 4 consecutive life sentences. And this will be streamed, right? You guys on the same channel? Yeah, some of you did see it, but that animation... here, let's just see really quick. I mean, it might be interesting just to throw it out there really quick. I mean, I know you guys... I don't mean to complain all the time. That's so frustrating, you guys. I put so much time into videos that I make, and then when they bomb a lot of them, you know, you just wonder, like, man, what are you supposed to do here? This is... And when I say bomb, I mean, you know, 8,000 views isn't good. It's not good with that much time. All right, let's see. 360. Look inside. This might be it right here. Okay, here we go. Look at 3,400 views on that. I mean, don't you think that's ridiculous? And look at this. You could wear the goggles, or when you're watching. See my mouse on the screen right here, you guys? See this? I'll be putting out some 360 degree videos coming up, and they work the same. See the mouse? Say one if you can see my mouse moving around on the screen. All right. Watch this. I left click on the screen. And
People
I can,
actually
and I
watch
can turn
videos.
And I can turn. Why is it playing? And I can turn it. See that? I can look around. And that's what you can do. You can drag it around and look around. And you can also pause video. So while the video is playing, you can... So let's say when the video is playing, right now it's moving. Now notice how I'm making it more transparent. See up there? That's where Dylan was in that room. Things have changed. Her body was rotated to the left and her feet were facing the door. But up there is where Madison and Kaylee are, and that's where Dylan is, right there. Right? So we move forward, we go inside the house. There's the, the Bethany Funk's room, a bathroom, and a laundry room, and that's the storage room. And notice how it's getting wireframe again. That was kind of creepy. And then you look up above, and there, look at that. That's how close Xana would be, except her feet were facing out towards the door. And then Ethan's up on that bed there, right? And then let's just move it up so we're upstairs. All right, so this is... Oh, wait, no, we're still downstairs. I'm going to make it upstairs. So here we are, upstairs, and there's Xana. And she's actually... You'd have to rotate her, right? But see how you can look around? See that? I'm just dragging the mouse. Now, if you use your phone, you hold the phone in front of your face and you can rotate around like this and look around. Isn't that crazy? So you can just look around like this. And then look, see where this is. Dylan Mortensen's right there. And right up there is where Kaylee and Madison are. And then right over here is where Ethan Chapin's on the bed and Xana's here, but rotated counterclockwise 90 degrees. So her feet are facing the hallway there. All right, so I'm just going to move it forward. This is the room here, and then way over there's Dylan, just around the corner. So I'm going to go out here. My nose is plugged up. Now this is a cool one because see where this is right where Kohberger was walking, right? And now you can start seeing Dylan because I'm slowly wireframing where you can see. So see that? And then right up there is where Kaylee and Madison are. So this is how close everything was. And that's even closer to Dylan. And now I'm going to go inside Dylan's room. And this will show you exactly why she could hear everything. Watch this. Is anybody watching this? Again, not one comment associated. Look up there. There is Kaylee and there's Madison. And look where she is. I mean, just right above her head is where Kaylee and Madison were. And she's sitting down here like that. And then there's Murphy the dog up in Kaylee's room, etc., etc., etc. Okay, whatever. Anyways, you guys seem really interested in that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let's get the Elliot Rodger videos in here like this one.
Hi, Elliot Rodger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution.
That's the day he went and killed the next day. Let me get one of these other ones. When he's walking, this one here, man, this one's just like, look at this wacko.
Hey.
What the hell was that?
Elliot Rodger here. I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now.
Was that on the screen or what was it?
Hey. Elliot Rodger here.
I guess
I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now.
Oh, this thing.
It's truly a beautiful day.
Yeah.
But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time.
Here, he's got so quiet. Here, let me open up Adobe Premiere and boost this up a little bit. These are all downloaded off of his, I think it was something from, like, I don't know, Teams or something. Who cares? Now, one time he's at a park and he's watching people. Let's see. Yeah, so the video I'm gonna show you a preview of what I'll put out tomorrow, but I'm kind of like, do I really want to put it out? I mean, it's just so depressing. But it has 360-degree videos on it. I'm gonna bring them in here though. No, I'll just, it's like a whole bunch of driving around with the camera on top of my car. Alright. You guys, we need one more channel membership to get to where I donate the 5 memberships. Alright? Very simple. Very simple. Alright, so we got it here, and then I'm going to bring in, yeah, that crazy one when he's outside. This one. And then, alright, so we'll zoom in a little bit. Look at this guy. What I just did. But look at that audio. That's horrendous. Audio channel. Hell, it's just one channel. But I can make it much louder anyways. So how about looks like about 18 decibel. Let's see.
Hey, Elliot Roger here.
How's that?
I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now. It's truly a beautiful day. But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time. I've been
See how he has like a flat affect? All he has is a flat affect or angry.
attending college in Santa Barbara for about 2.5 years now. And in those 2.5 years, I've experienced nothing but loneliness and misery. And my problem is girls. There are so many beautiful girls here, but none of them give me a chance, and I don't know why. I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. It doesn't make sense. I do everything I can to appear attractive to you. I dress nice.
This guy's crazy, man.
I'm sophisticated. I'm magnificent.
He's magnificent, you guys.
I have a nice car, a BMW. Yeah. Well, it's nicer than 90% of the people at my college. You know, I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman. And yet, you girls, you never give me a chance. I don't know why.
Well, maybe it's because of the way you sound.
I put a lot of effort into dressing nice. These sunglasses here, they were $300.
Well, I'll assume you guys will do one more membership, so
I'll put them on.
I'll,
See?
Oh, he's still, look at that. That helped a lot.
Car.
He's like, car's coming, I have to get out.
See? Look at how fabulous I look.
It's almost like mocking himself.
You know, I feel so invisible as I walk through my college because none of the girls there pay attention to me. I see so many beautiful,
what a dweeb.
Just
meet Insta360
walking around everywhere in your revealing shorts, your cascading blonde hair, your pretty faces. And I want one for a girlfriend. I want to take a girl out on a date.
I want one.
Prove to her
You see that?
that I'm worthy. I want to feel
I want one. I want one of the like. He says it like they're a dog that you might purchase. You know, I want one. You know.
That sense of being worthy of a girl's love and affection. I'm 22 years old and I've never had a girlfriend. I'm still a virgin. I've never had the pleasure of having sex
Anyways,
with a
I
girl,
just gifted the
sleeping
5
with a
memberships
girl,
anyways.
kissing a girl. I've never even held a girl's hand. Hell, I don't even have a young girl's phone number in my cell phone.
Not a young girl.
And that's just such an injustice because I'm so magnificent. I deserve girls much more than all those slobs I see at my college who are somehow able to walk around with beautiful girls. I mean, even in the college town that I stay in during my semesters, as I walk around like the common areas of those towns or the areas where all the college parties happen, I see these obnoxious guys walking with beautiful girls. And that pisses me off because I should be the one with the girls. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. But you girls don't see it. I don't understand why you're so repulsed by me. Why won't you give me a chance? It's ridiculous. I mean, the other day, I was doing some grocery shopping at Trader Joe's. And I was, of course, all alone, as I always am. Which makes me feel so miserable. Anyway, I was doing my shopping and I see this...
That little emotional thing that you just saw was him acting the way he thinks he's supposed to act with that emotion. He didn't have any emotion at all. It was more of an act right there, right? Like, it's pretty obvious. So, I mean, I don't think this guy has any true emotions at all, other than maybe hate. But he was just, right there, he was like pretending to be sad because he wanted to make you think that he was, so he tried to say it in a way.
Like, disgusting looking loser. Well, he's a loser in my opinion. And he walks in with these 2 beautiful blonde girls at his side. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so insulted by that because I should be the one with the girls. But you never give me a chance. If you just give me a chance and get to know me, you'll see that I am worthy of you. Because I am.
Look at him.
Unbelievable.
He looks so weird. Look how weird this guy looks. Sort of like Kohberger, though. You know what I mean? Just kind of a
this world is
strange
so beautiful,
look to it.
but it's so sad and depressing
Got the
when
low
I have to
ears, too.
experience it all alone. And I have to watch other guys able to walk around and enjoy their lives with beautiful girlfriends at their side. And I can only imagine how amazing their sex lives must be.
Yeah, see,
I've
that's what I
never
was
had any
saying.
sex or anything like that. It's such an injustice. I don't know why you girls hate me so much.
And it's really probably just the girls that he thinks are attractive. Like, he could probably, you know, go on dates with other girls that aren't like 10s, you know. You know, he just, that's not what he thinks he deserves, so he's not even giving the time of day to anybody else that might have gone out on a date with him. But I think after talking to him for 40 seconds or so, they might not want to go on a date with him, you know. Maybe he said something like, you know, your eyes look like a lizard.
I've always wished I could ask you this, and this is my way of asking you this. This is the only way I can ask you.
That was it.
Look at the way he walks up there. Man, that's crazy. So there's that one. How about this one says, my reaction, this is the one I was telling you about. My reaction to, I gotta make this louder. Everything's so low on his, let's see, 15, right here.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm just sitting in my car right now, enjoying the view of the beach. And my view has been ruined by this sight right here. In front of me, sitting right there on that bench, is a young couple, I presume about my age. I was enjoying such a nice view until they came and sat down and started kissing. This is the reason why life isn't fair. Why does that guy get to have such a beautiful girlfriend while I'm all alone? Why? Why can't I experience something like that right there? They're kissing right now.
Well, mine wasn't
It's
a
torture
date.
for me to watch,
That's just
but
what
I
I
have
said.
to do this.
I said your
I
eyes
have
look
to
like a
film
lizard.
this. I have to show the world why life isn't fair. I have to show everyone why I hate the world, because no girl would do this with me. Look at them. He's in heaven right now, sitting on this beautiful beach with his beautiful girlfriend, kissing her, feeling her love, while I'm sitting here all alone because no beautiful girl wants to be my girlfriend. I hate them. I hate them so much. Why does he deserve to get that experience and not me? I can only imagine the heavenly things they'll be doing together when they go back home tonight. I'm sure they'll be having sex. What will I be doing? Lying in my bed alone, with no one, because no one wants me.
Papa
I bet he
Roger.
goes to the same college as me.
Have you guys seen these videos before? Like most of you? I mean, I don't think they're really out there much. I just happened to download them right after they...
Yet he gets to
right after he was
experience his
arrested.
college life with his beautiful blonde
Or
girlfriend.
not arrested, when they after the event.
And I have to suffer this miserable loneliness. It's not fair. Life is not fair.
That's all he said on that. Alright, so you got that one, and then this one is called I'm So Awesome. This one's audio seems... Does he just play music? Okay, I can't. This one's music, so I can't play it. The most scenic road in Santa Barbara. Let's see what he says on this one. Is he playing music again, though? Yeah. Yeah, can't do that one. He doesn't talk, anyways. How about life is unfair because girls don't want me. Okay, I think this one's different. Yeah, that's a different one. Look at that. That's just such low audio. It's crazy. But this one's at least stereo, so I can make it, let's see, maybe 20. Yeah, that should be good. Here we go.
Hey, Elliot Roger here.
Jesus. God.
I'm just sitting in my car right now, after watching that beautiful sunset
Hey, Elliot Roger here.
descend beyond that hill up there, enjoying a nice vanilla latte. Oh yeah, that's nice. Makes me feel all pumped up.
This is his
I've been doing a lot of thinking
manifesto right here. Look, that's it. It's really
about
long.
how sad
It's
and
141
unfair my
pages.
life has been. All because girls haven't been attracted to me.
Hey, let's try something really quick. Let's see. Why don't we have ChatGPT analyze Elliot Rogers' manifesto, and then have him compare it to Brian Kohberger. What do you think about that? Let's do it right here. Here we go. You guys interested in that? And then we'll play it back in bro mode. Let's see. Analyze this PDF manifesto from Elliot Roger, and then compare your findings to Brian Kohberger, who has now pled guilty to the murders in Moscow, Idaho. Now let's see what he comes back with. Oh wait, and then it'll say, yeah, sure, upload the document. Right? Alright, there it is. Here we go.
Sure, please upload the PDF manifesto by Elliot Roger you'd like me to analyze. Once I have the document, I'll analyze Roger's manifesto, breaking it down by cycle.
It's 141 pages long.
Thanks for uploading the Elliot Roger Manifesto, My Twisted World. I've analyzed it in depth and will now break it down into key psychological, ideological, and behavioral elements, followed by a detailed comparison to Brian Kohberger, now confirmed to have pled guilty in the Moscow, Idaho murders. Part 1. Analysis of Elliot Roger's Manifesto. 1. Psychological profile. Grandiosity and narcissism. Roger frequently refers to himself as magnificent or possessing a superior memory, showcasing deep narcissistic traits. Deep-seated inferiority complex. Despite his grandiosity, he reveals chronic feelings of inadequacy, especially around height, social status, and attractiveness. Social alienation. From childhood onward, he experiences rejection, envy, and perceived social hierarchy, fueling resentment. Paranoia and projection. He projects his failures onto society, particularly women, whom he blames for his isolation. 2. Ideology and motivation. Misogyny. Incel ideology. The core of his grievance centers around sexual rejection by women and resentment towards sexually successful men. Eugenicist, eliminationist ideas. He fantasizes about exterminating undesirables and creating a world where he's...
Yeah, so it sort of makes you wonder if that's why he did something to Ethan Chapin, because there was a male there. Even though Xana wasn't the target, it was like he represents the male part, you know? All right, let me see. I think I stopped it. Wow. This is a pretty long one here.
Grandiosity and narcissism. Roger frequently refers to himself as magnificent or possessing a superior memory, showcasing deep narcissistic traits. Deep-seated inferiority complex. Despite his grandiosity, he reveals chronic feelings of inadequacy, especially around height, social status, and attractiveness. Social alienation. From childhood onward, he experiences rejection, envy, and perceived social hierarchy, fueling resentment. Paranoia and projection. He projects his failures onto society, particularly women, whom he blames for his isolation. 2. Ideology and motivation. Misogyny. Incel ideology. The core of his grievance centers around sexual rejection by women and resentment towards sexually successful men. Eugenicist, eliminationist ideas. He fantasizes about exterminating undesirables and creating a world where he's admired or revered. Nihilism and narcissistic rage. His violent ideology is built on the belief that life is unfair and that society should suffer for it. 3. Developmental arc. Early childhood, happy, privileged, well-traveled, no major trauma but intense introspection. Adolescence. Awakening of social hierarchies, discovery of perceived inferiority, loss of social equality. Post-puberty, heightened resentment, hatred of women, identification with incel culture. 4. Writing style and tone, highly detailed and obsessive, showing signs of compulsive rumination, frequent shifts between self-pity, rage, and superiority. Tone swings from nostalgic reflection to calculated hatred. Part 2. Comparison to Brian Kohberger. Similarities. Triteliate Roger Brian Kohberger social alienation chronic feelings of rejection, explicitly isolated from women and peers. Documented as socially awkward, struggled. With peers, reportedly isolated in high school and grad school. Narcissism.
It's not really reading it very good. So over here it says social alienation, chronic. So Elliot Rogers, chronic feelings of rejection, explicitly isolated from women and peers. And Brian Kohberger, documented as socially awkward, struggled with peers, reportedly isolated in high school and grad school. Narcissism, repeated grandiosity, calls himself a supreme gentleman. Kohberger, reports from classmates and online presence suggests narcissistic traits, wanting to feel powerful and dominant. Obsessive thinking, fixates on social hierarchies. This is Elliot Roger. Women and injustice. Kohberger, possible obsession with criminology, controlling behavior, and stalking type patterns in Idaho case. Misogynistic undertones. Elliot Rogers, central to his ideology. Women are blamed for his failures. Kohberger, possible misogyny inferred from targeting female victims. Online activity may reveal incel-adjacent thinking. Violent fantasies escalating to action. Roger writes extensively about planning the day of retribution. Kohberger allegedly stalked the 1122 King Road house, wore gloves to shop, turned off phone, showing premeditation. That's not really the greatest comparison there. Intellectualism as identity mask. Elliot Roger uses articulate language to justify delusions. Kohberger reportedly prided himself on being a PhD student in criminology, attempted to insert himself into academic law enforcement spaces. And it says the differences. Kohberger didn't have a manifesto, possibly displays antisocial and acted, wanted to be famous, emailed manifesto, and then Kohberger acted covertly. Yeah, like Kohberger wanted to be a serial killer. He wanted to, be known, and maybe there is something to him wanting to try to impress Ramslin, or what's her name? The teacher. Psychological interpretation, rude emotion, rejection, envy, sexual frustration. Kohberger, control, domination, social inadequacy. Fantasy structure, rigidly idealized world with himself as the center. That's Roger. And then Kohberger is possibly a desire to outsmart the system or become the criminal expert he studied. Catalyst, puberty and sexual frustration, online echo chambers. Unknown what Kohberger's catalyst could be: academic rejection, personal humiliation, or disintegration of self-image. And then cognitive style, obsessive, detailed, confessional for Roger, and methodical, calculated, secretive. Final analysis. Are they the same type of killer? No, but they are in the same psychological neighborhood. Roger is an ideological spree killer. He crafted a justification, published it, and then enacted mass violence for personal and symbolic reasons. Kohberger appears to be a personal, mission-oriented killer driven by obsession, possible humiliation, and a need to exert control over perceived others. They both seem to reflect social rejection, narcissism masked in, remember that one girl, Lisa, that came in here said, malignant narcissist. Resentment against a perceived unjust hierarchy. But Rogers sought attention and posthumous notoriety. Kohberger, if guilty as pled, sought control and invisibility.
Let's see. Break this down in bro mode. All right, here we go, everybody.
Eight, bro. Let's dive deep into the dark, twisted vibes of Elliot Rodger's whiny rage fest, and then stack that up against your boy Brian Bushy Brows Kohberger, who just pled guilty for going full psycho in Moscow, Idaho. This is the bro mode breakdown. Raw, real, and with zero filter. Let's go. Elliot Rodger, the original insecure supreme gentleman. Vibe check. Rodger's whole manifesto is basically, wah, girls don't like me, I'm short, I'm mixed race, and Chad stole my poker cards. This dude starts off talking about how he was a happy kid, then puberty hits like a freight train, and suddenly the world is evil because no one wanted to hop on his lightsaber. Headspace, narcissist energy, calls himself the supreme gentleman while crying about not being tall enough for Jurassic Park rides. Built-up rage, internalized every L like it was a personal war crime. Lonely boy, never had a real friend past age 10 without drama. Girls ignored him, guys laughed at him, so he plotted his day of retribution. Thinks life is anime. Believes he's the main character in some tragic novel where everyone else are NPCs. Trigger points. No girls liked him. Other guys got laid. He wasn't tall enough. People had more stuff than him. He's like the final boss of our Forever Alone. Keyboard warrior turned real-world horror show. Brian Kohberger, the dead-eyed criminology nerd. Vibe check. Brian pulled up to the University of Idaho like, I study murder, now I'm gonna do murder. Except he thought he was playing 4D chess while leaving behind a knife sheath like a total noob. Headspace, wannabe mastermind, studied criminal minds but acted like a GTA side mission NPC. Dead inside, awkward in public, isolated, but thought he was smarter than everyone else. Control freak, probably got off on sneaking around and planning. Lived for the silent flex. Zero riz, no known romantic life, no social game, possibly incel vibes. But without the cringe essays Rodger wrote. Trigger points. Social rejection, failing out of his PhD kingdom, just pure control and power trip. We don't have a manifesto from Brian, just his big old bushy brows and a trail of mistakes. Rodger versus Kohberger. Who's the bigger creep? Traits Elliot Rodger Brian Kohberger, intelligence mid-tier, but thinks he's a genius book smart, but street dumb.
Hey, how about this one? Hey, could Kohberger have been jealous of one or both of his eyebrows? I mean, they were sentient beings, after all. I don't know if I spelled that right, but anyway.
Bro. Absolutely. Let's be real. Those eyebrows weren't just facial features. They were sentient, dominant, and probably bullied him from the mirror every morning. Theory, Kohberger versus the brows, a battle for supremacy. Psychological breakdown. Left eyebrow Chad confident, bold, unapologetically arched. Probably whispered things like, "You'll never be as sharp as me, Brian." Took over his Tinder profile pic. Might have DM'd girls without Brian's consent. Right eyebrow the Sigma one, calm but secretly manipulative. Always plotting. Knew Brian would never get full credit for anything. It would be all about the brows. Brian's internal monologue every morning. Can you two just chill? I'm trying to study serial killers, not be bullied by my own face. Signs of eyebrow-related jealousy. Grew out the brows like power-hungry symbols, but deep down, couldn't live up to their swagger. Wore gloves and masks, not to hide identity, but because the brows were stealing the show. Made everyone focus on bushy brows and witness accounts. Classic deflection by sentient brows to protect themselves. Dylan didn't say I saw Brian. She said I saw the brows. Case. Closed. Final theory. Kohberger didn't just snap over rejection or criminology burnout. He was living in the shadow of two thick, expressive, charismatic monsters sitting on his forehead. In the end, it wasn't just the world that rejected him. It was his own facial hair hierarchy. Let me know if you want a dramatic courtroom sketch of Brian on trial. His eyebrows in a separate defendant chair looking smug as hell.
Yes, let me see that sketch. That's gonna be good. Here it comes, man. Oh shit, how are they gonna portray this? I'm gonna make a likeness of Brian Kohberger. I'm just going to, yeah. Ramsland's book will probably be good because she'll talk to him and she'll probably get the story. Oh man, it's like a charcoal. Yeah, it's like a courtroom sketch. That's pretty cool. Look at this. Oh wow, look at that. They made it look just like a courtroom sketch. Isn't that amazing? I mean, fucking ChatGPT. That's pretty crazy. I like that. That's cool, man. Look at the eyebrows over there, left and right. Sentient being. I gotta save that. That's freaking awesome. That might make a good thumbnail. Look at that picture right there. That's freaking awesome. Alright, anyways, I think that's going to do it. Maybe we can watch the rest of this one really quick. And
I've been going through college for 2.5 years now. And in those 2.5 years, I've had to rot in bleak and sad loneliness, while other guys get to enjoy all the pleasures of, sex and socializing and partying. I've never had a taste of that, because no girls give me a chance. No girl at my college has ever expressed any interest in me. I mean, you give a chance to all these stupid, obnoxious guys that I see you walking with, but you don't give a chance to me. Why not? I'm such a magnificent guy. I'm beautiful. You can't deny that.
Isn't that weird that you keep saying magnificent over and over again?
That.
It's just,
I've traveled all over the world. I have so much to talk about. I'm civilized, intelligent, sophisticated. I have a sense of style. And yet you girls don't see it.
That's what this one true crime YouTuber, they just sit there and go.
And every single day,
they don't even analyze
I have to
anything.
be insulted by the sight of all these lesser men walking around with beautiful girls. I see so many couples where the guy is just so unworthy of having a beautiful girlfriend like that, and yet they're together. He has her love.
Stage 5.
And I've never had any of that love and affection from girls. Why you girls give those guys a chance, but not me? I deserve it more. It's not fair. Every single day I have to be insulted by the sight of guys enjoying girls while I'm all alone. Even watching that sunset up there is a bittersweet experience, because while I love the peaceful beauty of it, I can't help but think of all the other guys who get to enjoy that same sunset
with a girl,
with a beautiful girlfriend at their side.
What if it's just a girlfriend?
While I'm sitting here all alone in my car. There's no beautiful girl in that passenger seat to enjoy it with me. Because you girls have something against me. I don't know what it is.
I feel the same way he does about YouTube. YouTube
Whenever I
like,
drive through this college town called Isla Vista, which is just...
Whatever the algorithm is, I feel the same about YouTube. There's just something, man.
Right next to UCSB. I see so many hot, beautiful blonde girls walking with absolute stupid, obnoxious-looking douchebags. And I just can't help but think how wrong that is. Those beautiful blonde girls should be walking with me, not those brutes. I deserve them more. Why do those horrible men get to experience the love and affection of such beautiful, heavenly girls, while I've had to rot in loneliness all my life. It's not fair. It's such an injustice. I don't understand you girls. It's like your sexual attraction is flawed. It's perverted. You're attracted to the wrong kind of guy. You should be attracted to guys like me. Beautiful, magnificent guys. This world, it's so twisted. It's so cruel. And you girls make it cruel.
This would have been a really big case now. It was kind of big even when I mean, we talked about it in Facebook groups, but I wasn't really I wasn't a live streamer or making really, did Jodi Arias just before that, but I think this would have been a pretty big case, even though it was just sort of like, it happened and ended. I think people would have wanted to try to look into him.
You girls have starved me of sex and enjoyment and pleasure for my entire youth. You've taken 8 years away from my life. 8 years I'll never get back. Do you know how much misery you've caused me? I'm such a nice guy. Why won't you give me a chance?
Okay, you can see he's really angry right there at women. It's crazy. Hey, thanks, Justin. Motocross 1995. Maybe it's the insufferable sound of your voice and the fact that you use words like brute and magnificent. Yeah, exactly. Brute. Oh my God. They're such brutes. And look at me. I'm magnificent. Yeah. Anyways, that's going to do it, you guys. Thank you very much for, we got to the goal tonight at least. Just kind of snuck in there. Thanks to Natalie, Richard Watts. Natalie gifted a membership. And we had Ted Bundy, a serial killer who supported the channel. Then 8675309 from out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, she's way across the country. Elizabeth Brown, a new member for 4 months. And then we have Ted Bundy again. And Tracy Harrison Sass. And Michelle H. Tracy Harrison Sass. Then Stephanie Sprague, Jenny Hansen, Tony Stark, Curly Lock Diva gifted a membership. Then we have PJ, Natalie, Sandy Shirley, Megan Bailey, American Lady, Royal something like SYI, Tracy Harrison Sass, Magamama, Melanie Summer, Happy Chickadee, and then Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. And what she said, yeah, thanks for everybody's generosity who was able to help. And then Melanie Summer, Natalie, Jax D, Unknown Moses, Ms. Win Rocks, Sirius Black, Mrs. W, Deandra Gambrel, Alex, and then, no, not Deandra, Deidre, Jesus, well, my brain just went, whew. Deidre Gambrel, and then Alex gifted 5, and then Deidre Gambrel gifted 5 more, so we had 10 in a row there. And then Unknown Moses, then DM gifted 1, then Hawk Fan, maybe the Atlanta Hawks, don't know, and then Natalie, Ted Bundy again, and then Lisa. Then I gifted 5, and then Justin Motocross 1995. And then we had Ted Bundy did 3 coffees. And then it's like there was another one in there. I don't see him though. Oh, then a Venmo from Joshua. And I think that's it. I think. I don't know, man. I'm kind of confused. thought I saw a coffee from Lisa, but maybe that was me talking about the coffees. Anyways, I hope you guys found the show interesting tonight. And, yeah, we got to the goal. Yeah, just kind of snuck in there. Like, when we get to 250, that's when I donate 5. But if you think about it, I mean, just look at it like this. Let's say you have 30 days in a month. And let's say that's 250 before YouTube takes its portion, and, you know. So, if you brought in $250 a night for 30 days, that would be, what is that, 7,500, right? But then YouTube takes 30%, so that'd be 5. So if that was all we ever did every time, we wouldn't be able to donate any money at all. So I just try to make it be something where it continues on, and then I rely on those bigger nights where everybody, you know, it's like a bigger, if I have a lot of ad revenue and then the people supporting the channel. Like, for example, if my channel brought in $15,000 total with ad revenue, etc., then I'd probably donate $5,000 or more to charities, which I think is, you know, that's a pretty big percentage, since the remaining 10, I might have get 7, so that'd be 7,000 brought in and 5,000 given out to charities, because that's actual, you know, that's not, you know, that's just direct money to them. So hopefully you guys think that that's pretty, you know, worthwhile. I mean, it's not, I know it's not every nickel, but, you know, compared to these other channels that look like a bingo machine in their, not a bingo, a slot machine during their show, and they give nothing, that's probably pretty good, right? All right. Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, this, like, Vicks Vapor, it feels good just to put a little, like, you put a little under your nose, you know? Thanks, DM. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's, but it's just kind of what I try to do here, and maybe that's where I put too much pressure on myself. But at the same time, I don't want to give up being able to do that, you know. So it's kind of sucks. So I get put in a weird position on nights where we're really slow, and I'm having to say, "Hey, guys," you know. You know, so it's kind of weird, like a double-edged sword sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, so right now we still have about 15,000 in our DNA fund. I just keep adding to it because we're trying to add some more. We got really cool cases coming up. In that, we have one case where, you know, a little really crazy case of a young, seemingly young person who's never been identified since 1970 something, and they found a bike next to him, but the bike was stolen like the day before or something. And then well, interesting element was that he was shaved from the waist down. So did the people who abduct him want him to look like a younger kid because they were, you know, pedophiles of some sort? You know, we don't really know. Maybe he did it to turn tricks or whatever the hell it is. Nobody knows the answer. But we're identifying that person, and then there's also another torso that was found in a river and was buried in a grave, and I actually played a big part in determining where the burial site was, because it was at a cemetery, and there's one photograph in the newspaper, and they didn't know where it was because there's no gravestone, but it was in a vault. And I was able to triangulate with the houses in the background and the location of a tree and so forth, and found the general location where it was, and they were able to find the casket and remove the body. And now we're at the point where we got the DNA into, I think it's in the sequencing phase, and then it goes into GEDmatch, and then we do that, and then there's another one, a guy in a tent, I think in Seattle or something. So we got a bunch of stuff coming, and that's a really cool thing to give people their names back. And so, anyways, there you go. Thanks everybody for being here tonight. See you guys tomorrow, and thanks mods for all the stuff you guys do with all the crazy people that show up in some of these shows. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here, and as I always say, until next time,
Be safe out there. That was a long show. That was a 4-hour long one. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector. I don't know, DM. I was having a great time and there was nobody supporting the channel. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grayl's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector. Yeah, I hope you guys like the content though. And I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I have a temper fucking check.
I have no agenda.
I know what tender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And the ender.
I'm gonna send you on a mission to reveal a true offender.
Hey, Timmy and John Boy, what's going on?
Not much, Mary Lou. How about you?
Not much, John Boy.
How you doing?
Who the hell is that?
I'm Timmy, don't you remember?
Oh yeah, hey Timmy, Jesus.
Wow, that was crazy. Anyways, I hope you guys like the shows and the content. DM said, I think focus less on not the numbers that you're not getting and focus on what you are doing, and everyone here is loving the content and what you're doing. It's really good. Right, but I mean, how do we, I'll tell you what's not a good feeling is when you're doing a show and you're putting out really interesting stuff and everybody's engaged and everything and nobody's supporting the channel. That's just a weird feeling. It feels like I don't know how to explain it, but especially when everybody knows what we're doing. So there you go. I don't know what to do about that. That's the part that's hard. But yeah, I mean, in general, I agree. I just wish it was more natural for all of you guys to be supporting the channel. But anyways, thanks everybody. As more stuff comes out, we're just going to keep doing it. I think the goal now for the channel in regards to this case is to get all the information, put all the puzzle pieces together, and figure out exactly what happened in the case. Right? Doesn't that sound good? Awesome. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. And be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Gee.
Oh my God, that again? That's been years. Good night, everybody. Gee.
Is that what I sound like, Gray? God, you're so mean.
God, are you okay, Mary Lou? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good night, everybody.
Oh. She tricked me again. She tricked me